I'd like to call this meeting to order for the City Council meeting on December 5th, 2023. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Escobedo?
Here.
Councilmember Soto? Councilmember Cordero?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Aguilera Hernandez?
Here.
Mayor Patino?
Here. First item on the agenda is the public comment period. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak at this time?
There are none.
The City Council will now recess to a closed session and will reconvene to the regular portion of the agenda at 5:30. Before I call this meeting to order, I'd like to note that the interpreter for this evening is Mrs. Villagrana. Mrs. Villagrana, could you mind raising your hand? Please ask her for a listening device if you would like interpretation services. Antes de llamar a la Junta a orden, me gustaría notar que contamos con servicios de interpretación para esta Junta. La señora Villagrana está sentada atrás. I'd like to call this meeting to order for the City Council meeting of December 5th, 2023. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Escobedo?
Here.
Councilmember Soto?
Here.
Councilmember Cordero?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Aguilera Hernandez?
Here.
Mayor Patino?
Here. City Attorney, Mr. Watson, would you like to give the closed session report?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. With respect to items 3A, 3B, 3C, with the labor negotiations and instructions were provided to the negotiators. With respect to 3B, information was provided to council. With respect to 3C, instructions were provided to the negotiators on behalf of the city. And with respect to 3D, that was not taken at this closed session and it was stricken. There's no further report.
Thank you. Before we proceed, there's been a request by city staff for the council to hear items 4A and 4B before item 13A. Tonight, are there any objections?
Point of
Okay.
order, Madam Mayor, it was item 14A and 14B.
Right, 14A and 14B before item 13A. Okay.
14, 15.
So 14A is the consideration to approve the Santa Maria General Plan Update Preferred Land Use Alternative. And that would be before item 15? Yes,
Just that one? Well, 15,
14A.
14, okay.
That's the general plan.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
No objection. Okay. So let's continue with tonight's agenda. Our first item on the agenda this evening is a proclamation, and Councilmember Aguilera Hernandez will be giving the presentation.
Whereas bachelor's degree attainment in northern Santa Barbara County are well below the state's average, wherein the region's two largest cities, Santa Maria and Lompoc, have college attainment rates below 13%, compared to the statewide average 35%, And whereas the nearest baccalaureate granting universities to the Santa Maria area are universities of California, Santa Barbara, 70 miles south, in California, Polytechnic State University, San Luis Obispo, 35 miles north, both of which maintain international profiles that result in low admission rates for local students. And whereas the benefits of a bachelor's degree is well documented, with a recent nationwide study from College Board reporting that median earnings of bachelor's degree recipients were 65% higher than those of high school graduates with no degree. Current data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics indicate that management jobs in fields such as operation, health services, transportation, and communications are in high demand and pay a livable wage in Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. And whereas Ellen Hancock College, established over a century ago in 1920, is a federally designated Hispanic serving institution that has been recognized 5 times since 2011 by the Aspen Institution as a top 150 community college nationally, and Allen Hancock College maintains a strong track record of partnering with regional business and industry, municipalities, agencies, and K-12 educational institutions for workforce development, and contributes in excess of $550 million annually to the local economy. And whereas Allen Hancock College is applying to the Board of Governors of the California Community College to offer its first bachelor's degree for local students who may not be able to move or commute out of the region for their education. And whereas the proposed Bachelor's of Science in Applied Professional Studies will provide practical management education through the college business department and will prepare graduates for entry-level positions in office management, human resources, and other basic business operations. Now therefore, the Mayor, Alice M. Patino of the City of Santa Maria, hereby proclaims the City of Santa Maria's support for Ellen Hancock College in its application to the Board of Governors of the California Community College to offer a bachelor's degree in applied professional studies. She hereunto sets her hand to have caused the seal of the City of Santa Maria to be affixed hereto this 5th day of December 2023. And accepting this will be Kevin Walters, President of Allen Hancock College.
Good evening, Council. I am Kevin Walters, the Superintendent President at Allen Hancock College, and we're grateful. Do you have to vote on this? We're going to assume your support, so we're grateful that you're going to support this. This is such an important thing for our community, and when we talk about changing the odds, we're talking about removing barriers throughout our community, and it takes all of us to do that. And when we look at what a community college baccalaureate can offer, the cost of that degree is set in statute, and it comes out to about $11,700. The cost of attending Cal Poly for 1 year is more than that. It's $40,000 just in tuition. That doesn't count commute time, fees, or housing or any of that. So we know our community needs an affordable option to get them on the track to building generational wealth, and this is the way we do it. So thank you for your support. This will go to the Board of Governors next month, and we'll share the results with you soon after.
Well, Dr. Walters, I know people out there don't realize how much time and effort you have put into this, because I don't know how many years ago we all got together and how important this was. And I know Jack Boyson was sitting here at the dais, and I just want to thank you personally for how you just carried this on. And it's so important to our community, and thank you for seeing the significance and the importance.
Thanks. You give me 10 and a half years, I can almost get it done.
I want to thank you as well. I think it's very important, as the proclamation said, to have a 4-year degree be offered in Santa Maria. So thank you for that.
Thank you. All right. The next item on the agenda this evening is the public comment period. This time is reserved to accept comments from the public on consent agenda items, closed session items, or matters not on the printed agenda this evening. Unless otherwise directed, speakers will have 3 minutes to comment. And I have 3 speakers. And Aracela Cencion, followed by Myrna Gonzalez, followed by Gary Hall. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Arcelia Cencion, and I am the Chief Strategy and North County Programs Officer at Family Service Agency. I took this role about 4 months ago, and I felt that it was very important that I present myself to you all. I'm incredibly pleased to be in this role and to have the opportunity to work alongside 240 staff members. Of those staff, about 100 employees work in Santa Maria. Our staff are dedicated and knowledgeable. They come to work each day with a commitment to each child, parent, caregiver, or senior that they work to help and improve their current situation. Our staff are committed to FSA's mission to strengthen and advocate for families and individuals of all ages and diversities, helping to create and preserve a healthy community. FSA could not do this work alone. We believe in collaborating and leveraging our resources and expertise. This creates a better delivery of services to the community. Santa Maria Youth and Family Center merged with FSA in 2017. Since that merger, FSA has successfully secured federal funding to bring needed services to Santa Maria, from mental health counseling to senior case management. This also brings more jobs, and yes, we are hiring. Please go to FSA Cares for more information. Family Service Agency tackles some of the most difficult issues facing families and seniors today: financial hardship, mental health, parenting, caregiving for older adults. For children and youth, our mental health programs decrease the likelihood of high-risk behaviors and help young people improve academically and socially. We help families stabilize by offering active skill building through classes and home visits and access to resources such as healthcare, food, shelter, and childcare. For seniors, we improve mental health and resource supports to older adults and caregivers that have coping skills they need for safe and healthy lives. We're working together with you and many partners to create a stronger, healthy community. I am in good company today. Myrna Gonzalez joins me to share about our new program for our seniors in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Myrna Gonzalez.
Good evening, everyone, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm a mental health clinician and I work for Family Service Agency. I've been doing it for 10 years. This is my first year being a clinical supervisor for the PEARLS program, and that's what I'm here to speak about today. So PEARLS is new to Santa Barbara County, but it is not a new program. It actually has been around for quite some time, and it was established by the Washington University. It is nationally renowned, evidence-based, and coaching program that teaches skills to manage difficult feelings and improve quality of life for our seniors. So the program is actually PEARLS. It's called Program to Encourage Active and Rewarding Lives for Seniors. Having worked as a mental health clinician for 10 years now for Family Service Agency, it's very needed to have a coach alongside the therapist to kind of aid in the healing of our community, especially after the pandemic. Our seniors feel very lonely and depressed and isolated, and a lot of what I do now is reach out and try to get them back involved, and this is that active part of PEARLS. These coaches meet with people who have been referred to us, and they establish an intake with them. They evaluate their needs, so if they need to be connected with food or any other type of resource and housing, and then they will meet with them for 8 sessions. In each session that they meet with them, they will survey them and see where they stand on a depression scale. And what we see is that after about that 6 mark that they've met with them, they've been dramatically increasing in mental health because they're connecting with their community. Some of the goals are as simple as, hey, can we take a walk outside? How many people did you talk to this week? Or it could be, you know, maybe getting a cat or a pet would really benefit you today. So overall, why I'm here today is to reach out to you guys, to let you guys know to please refer our seniors to us. They need it. And we would love to serve them in the community. That's what we are here to do, and we'd rather get an influx than to not have people call. So even if it's a neighbor or a coworker, anyone that you can think of, just please call FSA and refer them to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gary Hall?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, staff, and citizens of Santa Maria. My name is Gary Hall, and I'm too loud. I'm a resident of Rancho Buena Vista Mobile Estates at 2135 North Railroad Avenue here in Santa Maria. I represent the North Santa Barbara County Mobile Homeowners Team, or NSBIT. I'm speaking tonight to once again ask the city of Santa Maria to join over 100 other California jurisdictions that through enactment of rent stabilization ordinances and programs have provided their mobile home residents with protection from excessive rent increases and in that way helped maintain affordable housing for their seniors and low-income citizens. The existing model lease does not do that. As I've done previously, I want to continue to thank Council Members Soto, Escobedo, and Cordero for passing the June 6, 2022 motion, which reads to examine the model lease agreement, looking for ways to improve it, and to look at alternatives. I'm afraid our subcommittee let the Thanksgiving holiday interrupt our timely response to the November 14 stakeholder meeting minutes that were promptly produced by Interim Assistant City Manager Wu. As we work through developing our collective written responses, I can provide a few advanced comments. And those are: one, we believe that realizing our overall goal should be the focal point for ongoing discussions. That goal remains to provide protection to all Santa Maria mobile home residents presently living in an unregulated rental market where the current model lease program has been ineffective in protecting homeowner equity and maintaining affordable mobile home housing. Two, we are proposing an immediate addendum to the existing enforcement agreement to fix some apparent flaws and to prepare an improved document for consideration by the additional parks which are allegedly planning to become signatories of the model lease. Three, we believe an outreach committee should immediately be formed to develop the outreach plan to turn mobile home residents into informed residents able to make informed rental agreement decisions. And four, the mobile home park owners have introduced the possibility of a financial assistance program, and we are very anxious to see the possible details of a binding commitment. We look forward to working and continuing our effort to improve the model lease or replace it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. That concludes the public comment portion of the agenda. Before we move on, Mr. Posada, did you wish to make any comments?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. No comments.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is a presentation of the Lights, Sights, and Holiday Nights Holiday Decoration Contest. Award winners, presentation to be made by Interim Assistant Director of Recreation and Parks, Dennis Smitherman. Good evening, Mr. Smitherman and Ms. Carey.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, Recreation and Parks Commissioner Carey, and our wonderful audience tonight. Thank you so much for having us. The Recreation and Parks Commission has hosted this event now for the last 25 years. It's an exciting time for the community to get together and really put on a magical display during this time of the holidays. This year, the primary goal of the decoration contest was to instill a sense of holiday spirit throughout the city of Santa Maria, encouraging our citizens to take pride in the community, each other, and of course, all America city. This initiative not only beautifies the city and its surrounding, but also provides a leisure activity that promotes a unity and a healthy sense of competition. This year's events have been particularly special, making it a quarter century of spreading holiday cheer to celebrate. We will be posting a map and social media post to showcase our winners, and we will also host them and display them on our Holly tour on the festival display on the trolley tours of our holiday light displays. And Commissioner Carey will be presenting certificates tonight. But before that, if we could run the little video, it's about 1.5 minutes of all of our winners and all their hard work for this competition. I'd like to thank our city team for putting that video together. In the past 25 years, we've had really bad pictures taken with phones, so thank you to the team who put that together. Today we have Commissioner Carey who will present the certificates to our award winners. We have 4 categories, as you saw, and 2 honorable mentions that did such a great job, they just didn't fit into one of our categories. So without further ado, we have the best decorated new entry, AKA the Rookie Group, Village Townhomes at 1004 West Cook Street. For our Ranch House Holiday, we have the Hinojosa family at 405 West Cook Street. Thank you. For our hometown holiday, we have the Castillo family at 125 West McElhaney. Not only do they get a certificate, but I believe they brought their yard sign with them as well. So each of our winners will also receive these to put in their front yard to showcase their amazing work. Thank you. And a spectacular light show goes to the Donales family at 314 West Harding Avenue. We also want to thank our honorable mentions, the Kosmala family and the Marcel family, 801 South Miller, and Mariscal family at 2442 Wailea Court. both amazing entries, just didn't fit into one of our categories. Again, we want to thank everybody who participated in this event. We ended up getting more than 20 entries, and it was hard for our judges to choose, but they did a great job, our 3 Recreation and Parks commissioners. So really thank you to the commissioners and to the public for nominating. And with that, Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smitherman, and thank you to all the Parks Commissioners that helped. The next item on the agenda is the presentation of the GROW Initiative, Cohort 2, presentation to be made by Interim Chief Human Resources Officer Don Jackson.
All right. Okay, I think it's on now. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I'm pleased to be here tonight to recognize the hard work of our second GROW cohort. And the city is currently in the staff development phase of our alignment project. And this phase offers both new and continued training to staff at all levels to focus on technical competency, as well as development of leadership skills and training application for employees and for employee and organizational success. So really we're trying to build employees toward those competencies that will really move them forward and make the organization as a whole a success. So the GROW initiative is one component of this training. So the first cohort, as you know, graduated earlier this year. And tonight we're recognizing cohort 2. Their session ended last month, and their graduation ceremony, which was a lot of fun, took place on November 20th. We are opening a third cohort. Applications are open now for anybody that wants to apply as a city employee. And we have plans for cohort 4 coming in the fall of 2024. So this program is a management training that's really geared for public service professionals. It's taught by UCSB instructors that come on site, and topics include foundations of finance, human resource, project management, conflict resolution, marketing, and also ethics. That's just a taste of what they learn. The coursework culminates in a meaningful capstone project that synthesizes their learning, and that is developed by the cohort throughout the 15 weeks. So cohort 2 was comprised of 11 staff members representing 6 different city departments. And the cohort met at the library, as I mentioned, for 15 weeks, 1 day per week. They got up bright and early, started at 7:30 a.m. and went all the way till 5 o'clock, so it's quite a time commitment. They completed a total of 120 hours each of certified instruction. And then in addition to that, of course, they worked on their capstone project and group work. And at this time, I would like to invite Neville Smeda, who was part of cohort 2, and he's going to tell you a bit more about their amazing capstone project. It's on.
Thank you for this opportunity to share a summary of our GROW Cohort 2's capstone project. Starting on day 1 of our program, the creative minds of the cohort began thinking about various themes or topics for our capstone project. After bouncing around several ideas and engaging in healthy conflict, we as a cohort decided we wanted to focus our project on the youth of Santa Maria and to find a way to connect them with our local government. Our project objective is mostly defined by a single acronym, ENGAGE, which stands for Empowering Next Generation Through Active Government Education. The goal is to create an event for our youth to participate in that would allow them to learn about public service as well as to build trust in city government. Once we settled on the objective and the scope of the project, we conducted research to determine how we could best achieve our goal. After identifying key stakeholders for this project, we sent out surveys to local schools within the Santa Maria Valley to solicit their feedback. We surveyed the department directors to obtain their buy-in. We contacted other multiple municipal agencies who had previously run a similar event to learn about their approach and to gather some of their ideas. After reviewing and analyzing the various pieces of feedback, the Engage Day started to come to life. We again threw around many ideas of how we would want this event to play out and what would provide the greatest benefit to our youth. For convenience, we elected to utilize the Civic Corridor along McClellan Street for the event. We created a schedule that would allow students to visit various city buildings and facilities along the Civic Corridor and to learn about many of the functions of our city. Included in the Engage Day event is a tour of the Abel Maldonado Community Youth Center, visiting information booths and pieces of equipment hosted by various departments, a walking tour that discusses the history of the Civic Corridor, a tour of the library, and a tour of City Hall, which will include a presentation about the history of this famous building. The highlights of the event would be the students participating in a mock city council hosted by our mayor. Various students from each class would be selected to sit in your seats, council seats, mayor seats, city manager, clerk, city attorney, and so forth. And they would be able to make decisions on some mock items that would be presented to them. This would give the students an as close to real life experience of what it is like to serve in an elected official capacity. The hope is that this kind of experience will foster an interest in our youth looking to become the next leaders of our great city organization. We as a cohort are very proud of our achievements of completing the GROW program through UCSB PACE. We had a lot of fun putting this capstone project together as we utilized refined skills and newly acquired knowledge from this program. And we look forward to Engage Day becoming a reality someday. Thank you.
So thank you. I also hope it becomes a reality someday. As one of the co-mentors for this cohort, it was a wonderful experience to see their growth and progression as they went through the program. So now we have a short video that we'd like to share of some of the highlights of their 15 weeks. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present Cohort 2. If you could please stand so we can congratulate you as a group. Go ahead and be seated. I just want to say another thank you to council and directors for your continued investment in this project. And again, congratulate the cohort for your investment in yourself and your growth and dedication to the city, and all the time that you really invested in your work in this program. So at this time, I would like to invite the mayor to come down and meet Director Fulgoni, who was my other co-mentor, to present the certificates to the cohort. I will call the cohort member's name. If you'll come up as your name is called, pause for a brief photo, and then come across. All right. First, we have Jennifer Alvarado. You can come in. Okay. Adriana Delgado. Yvette Fuentes. Cody Graybell. Maria Gutierrez. Angela Osland. David Rodriguez. Michelle Ruiz. Lazaro Sanchez, who's not here in person tonight. I don't know if he's joined us remotely, but he was a very major contributor to the group as well. Neville Smita. And Eustaquio Valdez Jr. Okay, and if we could get a quick group photo, and council, if you would like to come down and join, that is great. Just go ahead and center yourselves a little bit. Thank you again for your support of city staff's hard work and development.
You can all stay for the rest of the meeting. You don't have to leave. Thank you very much, all of you. That is really important and important to the city of Santa Maria. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Next item is the consent calendar. Does anyone have items they wish to pull for discussion? None? Okay.
I move that we approve the consent calendar.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Any discussion? Hearing none. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Aguilar Hernandez.
Aye.
Councilmember Cordero. Aye. Councilmember Soto.
Aye.
Councilmember Escobedo. Mayor Patino.
Aye. Okay. Next, we have the regular business item, and we are going on to, was that 14A? Okay. 14A. And that is the general plan update, preferred land use alternative. The staff report and presentation is to be made by Director of Community Development, Mr. Wu.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I'm just going to provide a quick introduction to the team that's been working on this for the last couple of years. We have our consultant team, Ramey and Associates, that's here in attendance. Our project manager on the Ramey side of the team, Ron Whitmore, will present the first half of this presentation, and I'll conclude with the last half. But we do have Ron Whitmore here, and also Antara Tandon, and Dana Eady has also been project manager on the city side, and Frank Galbro has been here as part of this effort as well. So we have a presentation with some information. We'll try to keep it concise. This is a rigorous topic, and so we'll do our best to provide this information with clarity, and I'll turn the time over to Ron Whitmore.
Good evening, Mayor Patino, City Council members. As Director Chun mentioned, I'm Ron Whitmore. I'm a principal with Ramey and Associates, and it's an honor for me to serve as project manager for the general plan update for the city of Santa Maria. I should also note, in addition to Dana and Antra here, also on video is Megan McNulty. Both Antra and Megan played an instrumental role, or have been playing an instrumental role in the entire project, but particularly this phase of the project focusing on land use alternatives. Next slide, let's see. Excellent. As you can see on this slide, there are 5 major phases to the general plan update. We brought phases 1 and 2 to a close in early 2021 when the City Council adopted the vision and guiding principles. It was based on an extensive review of existing conditions and also informed by a tremendous amount of public input. That then became the foundation for the third phase of the project, and tonight's meeting really brings that phase to its conclusion, and it's been focused on coming up with different alternatives for the future growth of the city, comparing them across a range of metrics, and presenting the trade-offs associated with each so that the City Council can make an informed decision about the future of land use and the future of growth for the city. It then will become the foundation for the fourth phase of the project, where we'll develop all of the specific policies for the general plan. And then that'll be followed by the EIR and plan adoption phase. I should mention too that due to statutory requirements concurrent with phases 2 and 3, the city has been working also on the 6th cycle housing element, which is another agenda item being covered this evening. Should also mention that, as with any planning project, this one has been driven very much by community input. A good planning process is always a partnership between city staff, community members and stakeholders, and consultants with kind of objective third-party experience. And on the project website is much more information available about all of that public input, as well as all the analysis and other studies that we've done in support of the planning process. As Director Chun mentioned, I'll be giving a brief bit of background information and then turning it over to him to present the recommended preferred land use alternative. Just briefly to recap phases 1 and 2, I mentioned that we had a considerable community input. This just summarizes some of what we've done so far using a variety of means: workshops, surveys, more specific neighborhood and stakeholder meetings, and then a whole separate community engagement process specific to the housing element. Again, that was complemented with an existing conditions set of very extensive set of reports, and that was all brought together into a vision, set of guiding principles, and a map of areas of change and transformation and stability that was brought before the council, as I mentioned, in 2021. The vision really establishes the city's idea of its preferred future through the planning process, which was around 2045, 2050, so 20 or 30 years out. The guiding principles, in turn, provide the direction and the major ideas that should be put forward in the general plan to achieve that vision. And then the third part of this report, the map, began to identify and distinguish areas of stability where enhancements would continue to be made from areas where we'd expect land use change in the future. And that really then set the stage for the third phase of the planning process. The City Council adopted the vision, guiding principles in areas of change and stability in April of 2021. On this slide is the map, which was the starting point for our exploration of land use alternatives for the city. In blue on the map are those areas where we don't anticipate a tremendous amount of change, but would be the focus of enhancements, either through public realm improvements, other public facilities and infrastructure improvements. And the areas of orange were really identified as areas that we should focus options or alternatives that we could explore for how future land use might change, whether that might be future housing growth, non-residential development, or some combination of the two. So the development of land use alternatives is a really critical step in the general plan update process. It's the foundation of the general plan land use policy map, which is really the core of a general plan because all future land use decisions need to be consistent with that policy map. It identifies the allowed mix of uses, housing, office, retail, industrial, etc., as well as the intensity of those uses. In the case of housing, that would be housing units per acre, or for non-residential development, the amount of square footage per acre. And so to explore these different options, what we do is use a variety of software tools to develop models of different options, and that allows us to compare them kind of apples to apples to see what the anticipated difference in outcomes might be. Here is a map of your general plan land use in the current general plan. As is typical in a land use map, and it's similar to zoning, yellow is typically the residential, the reds are the commercial, and then usually the other darker colors are their non-residential. Nothing should be a surprise here. This is not a map of existing uses. This is the map of future preferred uses, which is what the general plan policy map expresses. Should also mention that though this is an important phase of the general plan process, it is not by any means the entire general plan. It's really important that it be complemented with a set of policies which go into much more detail about the variety of city and other public services that need to complement future growth patterns, including parks, fire and police service, other infrastructure and utilities like water and wastewater. And what we'll be doing following getting direction from you is exploring exactly what we need to do to complement this preferred future land use pattern with appropriate public services. So importantly, tonight's decision, though it is really very useful for the planning process, it is not the last word On the question, we're not establishing the general plan land use policy map tonight. We're looking for direction from City Council on what the general pattern is that we'd like to further explore and test and make sure that we have the capacity, both financially and otherwise, to establish the infrastructure and services that are needed to support that future settlement pattern. So just to give you a sense of what we were planning for, we started with projections established by the state level and more locally by SB-CAG for both residential and non-residential development. And in general terms, we subtracted from that the already planned development, we called those pipeline projects, to come up with a minimum number of housing units and amount of non-residential square footage that we wanted to make sure that all of the alternatives we explored met that minimum. At the end of the day, we ended up far exceeding that for non-residential. About, I think, 8,500 or so jobs are forecasted in the planning horizon. We actually, all the alternatives accommodate far more than that, in most cases double that. High level, these are the three general approaches that we compared and contrasted. Alternative A, which we, by shorthand, refer to as the annexation alternative, was generally a continuation of the historic growth patterns of the city. And it was largely in response to the community input about wanting to retain Santa Maria's lower density character and a lot of recognition that the city needs more room for growth, to make sure in particular that there's enough room for the city services and facilities that are needed to support the anticipated population growth. Alternative B, infill, is kind of the opposite of that. It's consistent more with the plans developed by SB-CAG, which focused much more on infill development. So it focused the vast majority of future growth into the downtown and the major corridors, Main and Broadway. Again, in response to other community feedback we got, focused more on the preservation of farmland and the opportunities for living and working and gathering in downtown. And then finally, the third alternative was really, we refer to it the hybrid because it really is the combination of the two. It certainly would include intensification along the corridors in downtown, but also supplement and complement that with opportunities for outward growth east of the 101. And again, all three alternatives would either meet or exceed all of the anticipated growth and maintain a rather high jobs to housing ratio. I think in most cases of 1.5, our target was 1.2, so did quite well on that front. We were then able, as I mentioned earlier, to compare them against a range of fairly objective metrics, all kind of anchored in the vision and guiding principles that had been established previously. And this slide, and there's a lot more information and data behind all of this, but this is an effort at summarizing the takeaways from that analysis. And again, these are models, and so these are relative differences between the three alternatives. The 5 on the left are the ones that were considered to be where there are greater relative differences. And if I could summarize the strengths of each, so alternative A, the strength really is anticipated less congestion, and fewer challenges related to fire service. B, on the other hand, strengths included lower VMT, less loss of agricultural land, and less of a proximity of future growth to both existing, operating, and closed oil wells. And then finally, as you'd anticipate, hybrid kind of made an effort at taking advantage of the strengths of both of the two alternatives. We wanted to make sure we got public input on the alternatives as well as what we found about their anticipated impacts before bringing recommendations to policymakers. And so earlier this year, through a series of both in-person and online workshops, as well as an online survey, office hours, we invited input, made a number of presentations, made the presentation available online, and invited people to respond to a range of questions, some about the alternatives generally, and others more specific information that would help inform how we built out future alternatives. And it was extremely useful feedback, which helped us then make some modifications to the alternative C, the hybrid alternative, and go forward with that because it seemed to be the closest to the consensus desire from the community. And in a nutshell, this slide summarizes some of those key takeaways. There's a lot of interest in improved walkability and reduced traffic. Interestingly, strong support for intensification along the corridors, Broadway and Main specifically. And people were happiest with the densities assumed for the hybrid, which were slightly lower than those for the infill alternative. And then when asked generally which they prefer, there was a lot of support for both the infill and the hybrid alternatives. At this point, I will turn it back to Director Chun.
Thank you, Ron, for the background information. Ron talked about how we got here. We've spent a couple years working on the general plan. And there's still more work to do. And the reason why it's taken some time, it's because there's a lot of data. We've produced existing conditions reports. There was a lot of outreach. We conducted many workshops in multiple languages. But this is a pretty critical decision point of the general plan process. This is not the final approval, but it is a decision-making point in which the council can provide direction for our future growth for target year 2045. So this is a plan for the next 25 years, and to give us direction as to where we should study and what those locations for future growth are in terms of a direction. So this is a map of the preferred land use alternative. It is not down to, we're not parcel specific, but it does give a broad indication of what the recommendation is. I know we tend to focus on the future growth areas, the annexation areas, but it's more than just that. So you see a map here, and there's a couple of colors. The future growth areas that are recommended are in red. So you can see some areas east of the 101, also east of our existing medical areas, and east of some residential areas and Pioneer Valley High School. So that's just kind of one aspect of the preferred land use alternative. But again, it's not just the future expansion. This recommendation also includes intensification of our corridors. So for Main and Broadway, there is a proposal, a recommendation to introduce a mixed-use designation that will allow both housing and commercial along Main and Broadway. In addition, there's a recommendation to revise part of the Area 9. And the Area 9 is an area on the west side of Santa Maria where Winsett Farm is at, and to allow for additional residential in the Area 9 area. Along with this plan, there is a proposal for a revision of a parcel on the north end of Santa Maria for community facilities. This is in consideration of a potential school site on the north end of town. Some detailed aspects of this recommendation are HDR area, or high density residential area. There's a proposal to change that density from 22 dwelling units per acre to 30 units per acre. We wanted to include this recommendation to be compliant with state law, in particular housing element law. Nowadays, for to achieve housing element compliance, the state looks for specific zoning districts to have a certain density level so that they can qualify or count towards certain affordability designations. So it's a little bit on the technical side, but we're including it as part of the recommendation. And also, this is, I think, more of a cleanup. We're going to eliminate the medium density residential and reassign that to it's MDR 10 versus MDR 12. So this would be, this is a map showing the preferred land use alternative. Again, as explained, the different colors represent various land use designations. This particular recommendation also requires revisions to various specific plans. The downtown specific plan, the Entrada specific plan, the Area 9 specific plan. This is due to density modifications that we would like to include to accommodate a greater mix of uses, including housing. So as you're aware, the general plan process, it's not just the production of a new map. We're working towards a new general plan land use map, but there's also a policy document that covers really the full gamut of local governments. And the policy direction that we are including as part of the annexation areas, we intend for the future areas to be complete neighborhoods. I think there's a tendency to think about this general plan effort as a housing focused effort, but it's not just about housing. Housing is an important component of it, but as you're aware, we need all the supportive services that comes with new housing, new population. That includes commercial uses, schools, public safety facilities, employment services, and so when while we've mapped out some areas east of the 101, we haven't delineated the individual land uses, but we do have some policies that we would like to include as part of that future planning. So again, it's to design complete neighborhoods where residents have convenience in walking and biking access to public facilities and services. We would like to encourage a diversity of housing types, from apartments to single family. We recognize that we need a wide range of housing types to accommodate a wide range of demographics. A safe, connected network of sidewalks, parks. As you may be aware, we have a standard for parks. Our standard for parks is 5 acres for every 1,000 persons. And we'll need to coordinate with the local school districts. As we accommodate future population growth, we'll need additional school facilities. We would also like to locate our future employment near where people live. So that's, again, planning for future growth means it's housing, it's jobs, it's recreation, it's commercial uses, it's and doing so and planning that in a way where we're building, again, complete neighborhoods, but making sure that amongst the mix of uses you have adequate buffering between uses that may be conflicting, such as residential adjacent to industrial uses. This is a pie chart of the mix of land uses between the existing general plan and the preferred land use alternative. I'll simplify this chart for you. What this really says is that of all the uses that you have within the city or for the future plan for the city, you have a mix of residential, non-residential, and I'll just kind of describe the colors. The residential makes up for about a third. Existing's 36%. So of all the land that we have within the city limits, it's 36% of it's residential. The green is open space and public uses. So this includes your parks, this includes your schools. So between parks and schools, other city facilities, county facilities, any type of public use, that actually makes up 30% of our land uses. And the remaining, so you can think of it in thirds, a third residential, a third open space and public, and a third industrial and commercial. That's the gray and the red. So there's a difference between the preferred land use and the existing general plan, primarily because you see this 8%, that's the future planned area that's not yet been delineated in terms of land uses. But this communicates that in our future planning, again, this is not just a housing exercise, it's a planning exercise to make sure that we have sufficient facilities and services for the future growth of our city. Again, we'll have complementary general plan policies in addition to a land use map. The preferred land use alternative will inform and complement policies related to land use, urban design, mobility, parks, infrastructure, public facilities and services, and economic development. And again, it's not just land use. Transportation is absolutely a part of this conversation as we think about how people move throughout the city. And so as we plan a city, it's not just deciding what goes where, but also our street network. So that's all that'll be part of the process as we update our policy document. And we'll have policies that will ensure the new parks and public facilities support existing and new neighborhoods. With direction from the council, we would prepare an annexation study for areas that would the areas that we will identify for future expansion. This annexation study would include a land use and zoning analysis, a study of natural environmental features and constraints, transportation analysis, infrastructure analysis, that includes water, wastewater, stormwater, urban facility and service needs analysis, again, our utility system, a fiscal assessment, that's our projected city revenues and expenses, and then ultimately working towards a proposal that we would take to the Local Agency Formation Commission, LAFCO. So these are our next steps. In fact, this slide is a little bit outdated. It says we are here, and we are here. This is December, not September, October. But following tonight's meeting and with direction from the City Council, we would begin drafting of the policy document. We would begin an annexation study if there's direction identified for future growth in areas outside city limits. So that's the bulk of the work for 2024, working towards a final adoption, likely at least 12 months from now. That's staff's presentation. The recommendations that the City Council by motion approved the preferred land use alternative. That's modified alternative C. But recognize that the council has a discretion to provide alternative direction beyond the recommended scenario. I'll note that the Planning Commission met on this item, and they've studied this item, and this also reflects the Planning Commission's recommendation from a few months ago. This concludes staff's presentation. There's a whole team here available for questions, and so we welcome your questions. Thank you.
Any questions of Mr. Wu right now? Ms. Soto?
Do you mind explaining to me again, for clarity purposes, why option C was modified?
Yes, so, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Soto, there's a difference between the modified hybrid versus the hybrid. And the difference between the two is an area north of Main Street and east of Pioneer Valley east of Panther. So it's kind of that triangular area adjacent to the levee. And that area was identified because there was a recognition that there was existing utility lines nearby, and that it would be conducive for development due to the close proximity of the utilities.
And that's the 265, right? The
Yes,
additional
that's
265 acres?
that's an area that totals about 265 acres.
And are, in the reports that we have in front of us, that the impacts and the mitigation includes those additional 265 acres?
The studies that compare the three alternatives did not include the 285, but you can still generally conclude that the modified hybrid would still have similar impacts to the hybrid.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Cordero.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sir, is there any data that supports positive or negative with regard to building anything or doing anything with that property that Gloria is mentioning so close to the landfill?
Councilmember Cordero, can you clarify your question?
Well, you want to develop that property.
This is an area identified for future growth, and as we receive development proposals, there's usually an environmental review as part of that proposed development. Also, these areas, they likely will have future planning efforts, meaning future specific plans. And so there may be aspects of those identified properties that warrants additional study and analysis.
So my question that I'm asking will be answered at that time when they start looking at the feasibility of development, whatever that development is.
Yes, and so if there's some anticipation of impacts due to proximity to the landfill, I think, upon future study, it would warrant, certainly a look at adequate buffering between land uses.
Okay.
And that's part of the policy development as we plan for future areas, that we will have policies in place to mitigate what could be conflicting land uses.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Any other questions right now?
I
Ms.
do.
Soto?
In options A and C, where we're talking about annexation, what I saw in the studies were additional roadways needing to be paved. So my question would be, do we have a cost estimate of what that would be and the ongoing maintenance?
Councilmember Soto, that would be part of the future studies. But also, the general plan effort also provides opportunities to consider policies for how we develop and perhaps policies that speak to ownership and maintenance of future improvements. So as an example, many times when we get a new project, say it's a residential subdivision, they would dedicate streets or they would dedicate landscaping into districts. There are opportunities to consider policies for how that can be owned and maintained into the future. So there's no cost at this point, but recognize the ability for policymakers to provide recommendations that would help set the city on a path of financial or fiscal sustainability.
Go ahead.
Thank you. In option B, as I was looking at the analysis, I did see that the question that came to me was, how would that plan or option accommodate the influx of new students enrolling into our local school districts? And so is there a mitigation plan for the building of new schools through option B?
Councilmember Soto, you're referring to the infill scenario?
Yes.
Is that? Yeah, so, and that's it's always in coordination with the school districts. And now, in an infill scenario, there may be, when you think about remaining sites or opportunity sites, this is a question best answered by the school district, but you can kind of consider the available properties that are remaining within the city boundaries and think of what schools usually need for a high school or middle school or elementary school, and think about the availability of that land. So typically for high school, 50 to 60 acres, or for middle school, 15 to 20 acres, or elementary school, 12 acres. And if you think of what's existing within city boundaries, think of what's available in that scenario.
Mr. Wu, I have a question. So we're looking out to 2045, 2050, so it's roughly 25 years. Mm-hmm. So in numbers, what are we looking at population?
It could be, usually this is dependent on assumption of persons per household. So the growth projections, it's 15,900, but some of this will be accommodated through our pipeline projects. But if you take that 15,900, if you assume 3 persons per household, it could be in the range of about 40,000 people.
Okay, 40,000.
That's
okay.
A rough number.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Cordero.
I think it's important to stress that this is a lot of information, and it's a big change. That's probably more people than were here when I moved here. But this isn't going to happen overnight. This is going to happen over decades. I mean, some people might start to worry that, oh my God, there's 40,000 people going to be here next week. And it's not at all like that. It's going to be a very slow, methodical, planned out process. It's not going to change in 6 months, is my point. And I think that just needs to be said. Is that about right?
Yeah, Councilmember Cordero, this is a plan. We sometimes have to clarify that the city doesn't build shopping centers. The city doesn't build housing developments. We have private property owners and developers that do that. But our role is to put a plan in place, set the right land uses, work with property owners on those future planning efforts. So, for us, it's planning and setting policy, but we're certainly subject to market forces.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to stress that a little bit because some people in the community have that feeling that it's going to happen like overnight, and it's not. It's going to be a very long, decades process. Thank you.
Okay, we have several requests to speak. I wish now that I had not agreed to hearing this before hearing the housing element, because I think once you hear the housing element and what we are required to plan for, I think that has, anyway, it's over. But I wish we had listened to the housing element first. I'm sorry I agreed to that. We have several requests to speak, And Madam Clerk, how many did we have?
I did not count. I
Oh.
apologize.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I have 13. So, okay, that's not bad. Should we do 3 minutes each? Council? 3 minutes each, or? 39 minutes. Okay. Glenn Morris, followed by Lindy Hatcher, followed by Sue Anderson. Good evening, Mr. Morris.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. I tried to write more clearly for you this time on the slip.
I could read it this time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're making improvement. Good evening, members of the council, Madam Mayor. I'm grateful that we're here this evening. As you've heard a couple of times, this has been a fairly drawn-out process. We've been at this for a couple of years, and I think it's great that the council is finally getting an opportunity to weigh in and set some direction so we can begin to focus on more of the specifics. You're going to hear tonight a number of reasons why one plan versus another is attractive to different individuals. I want to just hit 4 key points that I'd like you to remember. And you all touched on a couple of these, so I'll be brief. First of all, you're going to be told that you got to pick, either infill or annexation, and that's false. In each of these plans, folks that want to do infill will have the opportunity to do that. We're already seeing that. Right now, Santa Maria is building an awful lot of infill housing and development, and that opportunity will continue. If somebody wants to redevelop a section of Broadway in a more intense way, any of these plans will present those opportunities. Second, and I think Mr. Cordero highlighted this point, you're going to be told, there's this fear that this is an immediate change, that all of a sudden we're going to take the equivalent of the Orchid area and move them inside the city of Santa Maria overnight, that we're going to develop all of this ag land that exists east of the freeway, and that's all going to happen immediately. It's not. It's going to happen over 30 years in bits and starts and stops, as development always does. The consultants indicated that any of these plans provided more than enough land already in our existing city limit to accommodate all of the jobs that these new people are going to need. I think the question that isn't answered in the data is the question we live with on a daily basis, and that's what kind of jobs, right? I think if you want everybody, all these new people working in retail, we can probably accommodate that. Maybe if it's all in an office building, but that's not Santa Maria. If you really want head of household, high wage, high quality jobs, we're going to need space in order for those businesses to build. And finally, the last point I would just make is I think this is a really unique opportunity for you as leaders of the community to say that we want to create an environment in which our children and our grandchildren enjoy a community in 30 or 40 years that is better than the one that we live in today. We live in a great community, but I think we want our children and our grandchildren to live in a better community. We want them to have those 5 acres of parkland. There's no 200 acres inside the city limits to build parks on, which is what the plan would call for. We want them to go to schools that are not overcrowded. We want them to have the ability to go to a library, to have a fire station near them. All of these amenities require space. And so our request to you today is think bigger, think about the quality of the community you want to leave a legacy around, and choose a plan that allows that ability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Lindy Hatcher, followed by Sue Anderson, followed by Alicia King.
Good evening, Mayor Patino, City Council. I'm Lindy Hatcher, speaking on behalf of the Home Builders Association of the Central Coast. The HBA is located in San Luis Obispo, and we represent our members that are home builders, contractors, subcontractors, trades, realtors, pretty much anyone involved in building housings and housing projects. So our bottom line is we need more land for housing. There's not enough infill land to build out the assigned RENA units. Infill also comes with costly infrastructure and repairs and delays. The city is already crowded with excessive traffic west of the 101. Annexing east of the 101 would balance the city and lessen traffic on the west side, adding housing, schools, and thereby lowering greenhouse gases on the east side. So as the community continues to grow, we need more amenities to benefit the existing residents and the new residents. And that is going to be expanded rec facilities, schools, open space, libraries, healthcare facilities, youth and senior centers, and we can't cram all that into infill either. So beyond housing and amenities, there's a direct correlation between jobs and housing, and the general plan needs to identify space where new companies can be located and new jobs can be located. Few to no parcels exist within current city limits that can accommodate the significant new business and head of household jobs and housing. So we ask that you change the zoning in advance in the specific areas that you want to encourage growth, similar to Grover Beach and what they did on West Grand Avenue. They increased density, they extended height limits, and selected parcels of town where that could be feasible. And planning that out in advance expedites the permitting process and keeps building costs down. Keeping the building costs down keeps the end price of the housing and rentals down as well. So while annexation would convert some ag land, the conversion is a very small percentage of the total land available for ag in the Santa Maria Valley, while providing the much needed housing, schools, and jobs. Whatever you choose, please do keep in mind, like Councilman Cordero said, this is not going to happen overnight. This is not going to happen immediately. You will not have 40,000 new people in your city tomorrow, and 10 new schools tomorrow. So a building will happen gradually, thoughtfully planned over the next 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue Anderson, followed by Alicia King, followed by Peggy Brierton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Appreciate you allowing us to speak for a few minutes here. I'm Sue Anderson, the President and CEO of Marion, and mainly, you know, I think Glenn said it well. As we look to the future of the city, we're going to have to develop a bigger medical campus too. I mean, we're already working on another tower for the hospital because we have to plan now for the next 10 years. It'll take us that long to get the tower built. But you talk about expanding the population of the city by 30,000 people. That's large growth, and those people are going to need health care. You know, the biggest question I get almost every day is, how do I find a primary care physician? Or we don't have enough docs. We need another cardiologist. I can't get into my cardiologist. We're trying to recruit all of those people, but a good example is just recently where we have 2 new general surgeons that just joined our trauma team. Great physicians. The one came with 4 children. He was looking for a house that could house a family, and it was almost impossible for him to find a place to move here. So we really need, I mean, for the sake of the medical care of the community and for expanding our services, we really need to also provide that key element, which is housing. It is one of the most difficult problems we have with recruitment of both staff, nurses, techs. They need affordable housing. They need housing for families. And frankly, I think they need housing. They want housing where they can live and work in the same general area and community and walk to restaurants. So you know, from the hospital's perspective, we're very supportive of this plan of bringing in more land to the city and helping expand that side of the city, definitely. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Alicia King, followed by Peggy Brierton, followed by Claire Weinman.
Good evening, Mayor Patino and council members. My name is Alicia King, and I'm the facilities planner for Santa Maria Joint Union High School District, located at 2560 Skyway Drive. I'm here tonight representing the district, and would like to provide a few brief comments on the proposed general plan update, the preferred land use alternative C hybrid, which is under consideration tonight. As a high school district, our priority is our students, their families, and the community at large. From a district perspective, support for the preferred land use alternative is acceptable if that is what is best for the greater good of our community and the city. Of course, with the greater good comes change, including increases in the number of allowed units in existing high-density residential infill locations and significant annexation of property to the east of Highway 101. With it will come more housing of various densities as well as commercial opportunities. This growth would increase the number of families with children within our community, leading to the need for additional school facilities. As you are likely aware, our high school population has increased for several years now, rising to a point of approximately 9,000 students. We are now searching for potential locations for a new high school to address the overcrowding and the various challenges that come with it. The proposed added density of residential infill, particularly in locations adjacent to our existing Santa Maria High School campus, places further emphasis on the importance of accelerating our timeline for assessing and identifying a new school site location, particularly one that can serve the northwest area of the city. I also want to mention the district appreciates the recommendation regarding the inclusion of policies in the general plan land use framework to help to guide future planning, particularly the emphasis on keeping local school districts apprised of anticipated population growth and the future planning efforts in the annexation areas. This policy will, as it states, inform the district's facility planning efforts, which would be most helpful for our internal planning as we work toward establishing our needs in the short term and those that, and for the future. Thank you.
I need to ask you a question.
Yeah.
How many students currently are at Santa Maria High School? And I'll ask you this about each one of your high schools. How many are there, and how many was it built for?
I think right now there's about 3,000. It was built for far fewer. It's a hard question to answer. As you know, we just opened the new.
I know.
The new.
And I
building.
asked the question and I completely forgot it. So I hate to put you
Yeah.
on the spot, but so we've got more kids in all these high schools, like about 1,000, right?
We
than
are
should
hoping
have.
to relieve population at all of them, all three, with the addition of the new school.
What was that again?
We're hoping to relieve a little bit of the population at each of the campuses. This focuses on Santa Maria High School proper, as it's in the middle.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know that, but I didn't know how many students you had at Santa Maria, Pioneer, and Rigetti, and what was it built for? I mean, how many students was it built for?
I'd have to look at how many it was initially built for.
Yeah, it seems to me, and I don't remember the numbers, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot. But I can get back to you, and
I can find you that information tomorrow.
That'll be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Peggy Brierton, followed by Claire Weinman, followed by, is this Pete Stanton?
Good evening, Madam Mayor
Good evening.
and council members. I am opposed to annexing prime ag land. I really don't know why you're not considering using infrastructure now in place, the Santa Maria Way, as well as Valley Parkway. Those intersections are already in place. I just don't understand why we wouldn't be utilizing that, branching out in that area. Then you have the needs of the northwest side. Spoke about the high school. There's no high school on that side of town, so we definitely need one over there. The commercial and other things that are required. I don't understand why you're not looking at the northwest side of town for annexation. That was all decided long before I came into this, looking at all of these things. I've gone to your surveys, I've answered, I've come to meetings, I've written to the Planning Commission about things. To fill up prime flat ag land with homes, infrastructure, and other things that I agree, it sounds like we need to move on. We need to expand in some areas, but it must be thoughtful. And chewing this much up absolutely against any land being annexed by the landfill and along the river building. No way. I'm just not for that. I know it's a tough spot. You guys have to decide for the future of this town, and I know that it's not going to be built right away. I understand that. I'm just asking you to please consider not building on all this prime land, considering some of the infrastructures that we already have in place. Main Street and Donovan's going to be impacted hugely by doing this. And is eminent domain going to have to be a part of the plan? So please, I look forward to listening to your discussion, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Claire Weinman and, can you read this? Pete Simmons, is that correct?
Hi, good evening. My
Good
name
evening.
is Claire Weinman, and I'm the president of the Grower Shipper Association of Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties. We are a membership-based nonprofit organization, and our office is just walking distance here in Santa Maria. We're here this evening representing agriculture, the residents and businesses and families that are both directly and indirectly employed through agriculture and depend on the well-being of agriculture to help feed and power the community and economic engine of the city of Santa Maria. We appreciate how thoughtful this process has been so far and would like to commend city leadership, staff, and the community for their engagement and stewardship of this important general plan update process. We've been very engaged, including serving on the Technical Advisory Committee, also participating in the housing element as well, thank you. And we're very concerned about the current drafts of the two of the alternatives before you today. Blosser Road currently serves as an important separation between urban uses and prime agricultural resources to the west of the city. Alternative A would propose to cross that very significant separation. My mentors and predecessors described these fingers like being like daggers in the heart of agriculture, because it's not just the immediate land that's being converted, it's everything all around it that's impacted too. And as you try to comply with these ever-increasing regulations in the state of California and food safety demands, as we're trying to grow fresh produce to feed our community and our country. So we cannot support a school site west of Blosser, and we cannot support the westward movement of the city of Santa Maria, as shown in the current Alternative A. The current draft of Alternative C also has significant problems because it also converts a significant portion of prime farmland to urban uses. We continue to favor infill first. If there is a need to annex, we encourage that growth happen towards the hills east of town, towards where there's less of an impact to prime farmland, and to reduce the domino effect on the neighboring farms that will be impacted as well. We can reasonably anticipate this effect because we've seen it time and time again from the pressures that come from these ag-urban interface issues. Instead, please pursue win-win solutions. Land use can feel really far off until it isn't, and it's here all at once. So it's really important that we get this right. We remain committed to working with the city and would love to continue to serve as a resource. We appreciate the opportunity to communicate some of the highest priorities and concerns for the agricultural community. Thank you for your consideration of our comments during this very important process.
Thank you. Pete Simmons, followed by Abraham Diaz Correa, followed by Ken Huff.
Mayor Patino, members of the council, I'm Pete Simmons with Urban Planning Concepts located at 2624 Air Park Drive here in Santa Maria. Again, I'd like to thank staff for all their hard work in this general plan update, something that's very needed here in City of Santa Maria. I'm also here this evening representing the Donnie family, who owns a couple of parcels within Area 9, and to show our support for staff's preferred alternative land use plan, Alternative C. As the Santa Maria continues to grow, the limited amount of viable infill properties within the city limits will require the city to look beyond its borders and to accommodate the needed growth for our future residents and for those generations that want to remain here. The Alt-C hybrid land use map looks to rezone some of the commercially zoned properties along Broadway and Santa Maria to allow for future mixed-use development. It also will be looking to add infill options within the city. This will help to provide for some of the needed residential jobs within our city limits. Alt C also proposes to annex approximately 967 acres of existing ag land east of Highway 101, which makes up 1% of the total ag land in the Santa Maria Valley. The conversion of this ag land will occur over the next 30 years and not all at once. I also wanted to just kind of comment as well. There was a discussion earlier about some of the property that has been kind of looked at as an option D that's been discussed. I believe you've all received a letter from a group here this evening that talks about that. And I just wanted to bring to your attention that 90% of that property area that they're looking at is considered part of a CTS, or the California Tiger Manor Salamander Metapopulation Area. So a lot of that area, as we all know, is going to be impacted by the tiger salamander, which, as we all know, impacts development. Getting back, it proposes to relook at Area 9 specific plan to allow for low density residential along the A Street, which is currently zoned ZPO. The Donati family owns a couple of the parcels, APN 117770006 and 062, within Area 9 that will be reviewed to allow for low density residential. The family submitted a letter requesting the current zoning of their properties, PDCPO and PDM1, to be changed to a mixture of PDR3, PDR1, PDC2, and PDP5. The proposal will provide for a mixture of land uses that will help provide the needed amenities and services in the area for the future residents. The requested zone change is included within Appendix A of the preferred land use alternatives for staff to review once they have been provided direction from your discretionary body. The family has been talking with the city over the last year on possible development options for their parcel within Area 9. The Denali family has submitted and spoken to the city about a proposal that would include a mixture of following: low density, about 81.4 acres, high density residential, about 17.8 acres, commercial, 6.3 acres, open space, 12.7, and community facilities, 8.8. It is our understanding that once the City Council has approved the direction of the preferred land use alternative, then staff will consider the proposed land use changes that are being requested. We believe the proposed Alt C land use map will help provide the needed housing and jobs for the future growth of Santa Maria. We ask the City Council to approve staff's proposed Alt C land use plan, and we look forward to working with staff and the existing property owners in the future land use patterns for Area 9.
Thank you. Abraham Diaz Correa, followed by Ken Huff, followed by Vince Martinez. Okay. Mr. Ken Huff. Followed by Vince Martinez, followed by Dr. Ted Wendell.
Good evening, Mayor Patino and council members. I'm Ken Huff, staff with Santa Barbara County Action Network. And like with the Growers and Shippers Association, we're a nonprofit membership-based organization. For 22 years, we've been promoting social and economic justice and preservation of environmental and agricultural resources and creation of sustainable communities. With several partner organizations, including Community Environmental Council, CAUSE, NAACP, Sierra Club, and others, we've been meeting monthly over the last 2+ years to analyze the options being developed and to craft our comments. You've been provided with copies of a letter that we first presented to the Planning Commission that draws directly from the alternatives analysis that was prepared by your consultant. Santa Maria paid for that analysis, and we think it should be taken seriously. Many of the others who have commented tonight have not referenced that document, and we think the analytics are really important here, and so our letter focuses on that. A careful review of that document shows that Alternative B, the infill, most appropriately meets the needs of the community. Quote, Alternative B provides the greatest excess capacity for new housing. So please approve it. We need a plan that supports walkability and reduces the need for longer vehicle trips. Alternative B outperforms A and C by increasing densities within the existing city limits, resulting in improved walk access to retail and transit. So please approve it. According to the alternatives analysis, Alternative B is the only alternative with a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. contrary to one person who testified earlier. Alternatives A and C have higher emissions per capita due to increased vehicle travel. In contrast, the infill alternative takes advantage of existing infrastructure, including public transit, to reduce overall vehicle use. So please approve the infill alternative. Protecting prime ag land is crucial due to its significant role as an economic driver in Santa Maria. Alternative B has the lowest amount of development on ag land, so please approve it. As your consultant stated, the selected land use alternative would be the foundation for the rest of the development of the general plan. Annexation of 1,000 acres of prime ag land is a shaky foundation for such an important plan. For 25 years, the city of Lompoc has been trying to annex 200 acres of prime ag land on its western boundary. This was denied by LAFCO in 1999. Legal actions stalled the effort starting again in 2010. General plan EIR revisions were required. LAFCO again denied Lompoc's proposal just last spring. Santa Maria would be well advised to not put so many eggs in an annexation basket. We urge you to go with the infill alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huff. Vince Martinez, followed by Dr. Ted Wendell, followed by Matt Cameron.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Vincent Martinez. I'm an attorney here, a managing partner of Twitchell and Rice. The business has been in town since 1886. And originally, I came up here originally in regards to, I represent clients who are going to be affected by this move of putting up school in the west of Blosser. And a lot of people have said a lot of things, but moreover, I kind of just closed my book here because I am a resident and I am a citizen and I am a person who raised my family here. And I still live here and I still employ people here. So when I look at this place, I reflect upon what I came from, and that's Garden Grove, and that's in Orange County. A nice city at first. We used to have a strawberry festival. We don't have strawberry fields anymore. So when I hear about urban planning, and I've grown to learn just through my profession and just by seeing what's happened in Santa Maria in the past 30 years, a growth into agricultural areas is not just we're going to take this 50 acres and that's it. The realities of farming and the facts that you have this increasing buffering is going to affect the surrounding areas. One statistic that I do know is that for every acre of agricultural land that is taken, that's 2 families who don't have a job. If you're going to take 1,000 acres of ag, that's 2,000. That's a lot. So we're talking about population growth, which has nothing in regards to saying this is the definitive amount. Is there 40,000 or is there going to be 15,000? And we're talking about the immediacy of what this plan would actually occur. The immediacy of what would actually occur was mentioned just a little while ago, is that the request for rezoning immediately. When you rezone, that is an immediate change. And that immediate change is going to have an effect upon what you're going to do with it in the very near future. So instead of looking as to what, at least from my perspective as a citizen of this city of Santa Maria, instead of looking at growth, I'm looking at now. Now you have problems getting services from the police department. I mean, just last week, right here on Park, homeless are there, and we had problem even getting an officer available to come here. So I'm thinking that if we're talking about growth, I haven't heard the use of the word of phasing. What's going to be in this growth plan of not 25 years? What's going to happen immediately within the 5 years? Because I live here now, my family lives here now, and a lot of these people live here now. So I'm worried about annexation is a lot of money. And where would that money best be spent on the now in the year of not just to next year, but the next 5 years? Thank you. I see the yellow signal. And I support B.
Thank you. Mr. Ted Wendell, followed by Matt Cameron.
Mayor Patino, members of the City Council, my name is Ted Wendell, Senior Vice President for University Planning at A.T. Still University. As several of you might recognize, 4 years ago we elected to open a campus, the third campus for our 130-year-old university right here in Santa Maria. We did that after several years of research. We found that this community is an ideal location to educate future generations of healthcare professionals. Santa Maria is a place that is now and will be in the future an attractive, ever-growing number of ATSU students, faculty, and staff. I'm here this evening to express my support for the Planning Commission proposal labeled Hybrid Alternative Map C. Let me briefly explain why this is critical to the future of our university in this community. When we selected Santa Maria, we envisioned an opportunity to create something unique in healthcare. Over the past couple of years, we've begun to plan, along with Marion Hospital, Community Health Centers, the Community Health Center of Central Coast, to establish an education center that begins to address the healthcare needs of the Central Coast. An important part of that future plan for this unique educational environment is to bring together these three partners in a common place. The most logical place for this healthcare campus is an area addressed by the Planning Commission Hybrid Alternative Map C. In addition to accommodating the need for a campus space, our plans also will bring students and faculty into this community. The economic impact of that growth is significant. However, our students and faculty and staff seek affordable housing opportunities. It's probably not the first time, even tonight, that you've heard about the availability of affordable housing. It's a challenge faced by virtually every employer in this community. Adding housing within the current boundaries of Santa Maria is a very good first step, but it's an incomplete solution to the housing problem. It's important to recognize that Hybrid Alternative Map C points toward the future of the Santa Maria community. Future generations of students, faculty, and staff will be seeking housing in newer planned developments with amenities that require space that is only available in adjacent areas to our city. In conclusion, let me confess, my formal education didn't provide me with much insight into city planning, but I've had the opportunity to participate in the development of similar communities in Arizona. Also, in my role at A.T. Still University, I planned the development of the physical and academic needs of our university. In each of those roles, I've come to recognize that the only thing constant in life is change. For our community, this change doesn't mean we have to sacrifice the attractive rural nature of Santa Maria. However, we do need to account for growth. This growth can't be accomplished within the existing bounds of the city. There are opportunities to carefully plan the use of infill, but not everything that we need can be crammed within the bounds of the city as it exists. I'm here this evening to support Alternative Map C. As our community, we recognize the demands for future growth in our community over the next 3 decades and provide a foundation that undoubtedly will be required as our community grows over the next 3 decades. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Wendell. Matt Cameron.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Matt Cameron. I'm the student housing technician for the Santa Maria Bonita School District. Numerous editorials in the Santa Maria Times, as well as comments made here tonight, make it clear that there are many that support the infill-only option. I understand the appeal. Infill only would lessen urban sprawl. It would protect our prime ag land. If it weren't for my job, I might even agree with that. However, as a student housing technician for the Santa Maria Bonita School District, my singular focus is making sure that we have space for our current and our future students. Our campuses right now are strained. Campuses designed for 400 students now have over 700. 3 of our schools have over 1,000 students. District-wide average per campus is over 800 students. Compare that to our neighboring districts that have 300 to 400 fewer students per campus than us. So we are at the bursting point. So any growth in population in Santa Maria is going to require additional schools. So we're looking at the creation of about 16,000 additional housing units. With our current student to home yield, that equates to about 6,000 additional students in our district. That's a lot of kids. So we're gonna have to build schools. At least 8 new schools would be required to ensure that our already high average school enrollment doesn't increase further. Each school requires about 10 to 15 acres of land, which equates to about 80 to 120 acres in total. Imagine trying to locate 8 more schools near the Broadway and Main Street corridors where much of the additional housing would be created if the city adopts the infill-only land use alternative. I can't imagine that. If land could be located within the city boundaries, it would certainly not be located anywhere near the new housing. Annexing land would not only give us the land we need to grow, but allow schools to be built within the neighborhoods they serve. And remember the saying about real estate, location, location, location. It applies to schools as well. The best location for a school is within the neighborhood it serves. Building schools within neighborhoods allows students to walk to school, promoting a healthier lifestyle and instilling the habit of regular exercise from an early age. Shorter travel distances reduce the risk of accidents and incidents that may occur getting to and from school, and schools within walking distance keep cars off the road and ease traffic congestion. By adopting the modified version of Land Use Alternative C, students living within the annexed areas will never be far from a school, and the new schools would allow us to reduce enrollment at our existing schools to make room for the increased enrollment coming from infill development. So as we look to the future of Santa Maria and our students, it's clear that we need room to grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll bring this item back to the council for...
Madam Mayor, we have 2 requests to speak on Zoom.
Oh, okay.
So we'll start with Lori Tamura.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is Lori Tamura from New York City. I am calling in regards to the request to support Alternative C. 30 years ago, a council made a decision to to plan for the population of the city of Santa Maria that at that time was 65,000 people, and planned for another 40,000 within their newly adopted general plan and annexation and sphere boundary plan. With that plan came schools with each neighborhood. They also included extension of major roads. It included the development of community facilities, parks, trails, and today we are down to just 2 sites within the city of Santa Maria that have not been fully developed. One of them is a recently approved Blossom Ranch project at Stolen Battles and Area 9. So the city, as we see it today, is a product of sound decisions from a previous city council and taking on a challenge of annexations and sphere boundary, which LAFCO approved. Almost 2,500 acres were annexed at that time, or planned to be annexed. And over the last 30 years, different pieces of those planned annexations were taken to LAFCO, and LAFCO approved them. So it's not that LAFCO has not approved annexations in the past. They do approve well-planned, well-executed, well-justified annexations. And that's what we're looking forward to this city council giving staff that direction. In regards to the east side of the freeway, which the proposal now is about 1,000 acres. If you look at the history of those properties, almost every landowner has taken their property out of agricultural preserve in anticipation of being considered as part of the city of Santa Maria in the foreseeable future. This is the time, this is the right time, and it is physically something that the city should be considering now. In regards to the Donati property in Area 9, the staff proposal only shows about 80 acres being designated for residential development. The plan that has been submitted for consideration is the full 160 acres. That 160 acres includes a 20-acre park, and it includes a 10-acre school, commercial, and a mix of residential densities. That is a master planned community that should be a benefit. And so we're asking that when you adopt and recommend for preferred alternative C, that you include all of the Donati property for a planned community and providing a school site on that property. We think that alternative C, as it's being proposed, also will provide the transportation infrastructure and the water needs for this community, along with jobs and the consideration of how to interface with agriculture in a reasonable, well-planned manner. We're hoping that all preferred alternative C moves forward. And just to make sure everyone understands, CEQA does require additional analysis. So I would anticipate that the environmental consultant will be looking at alternative B as well as alternative A as alternatives, and they will find, based on fiscal analysis as well as environmental
Madam
impacts,
Mayor,
that alternative C is
we've
the
gone well
preferred
past the 3
alternative.
minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tamura.
Next to speak, we have Alan Diaz Correa.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you, esteemed City Council members, for providing us this opportunity. My name is Alan Diaz Correa, and I am here to represent the Community Environmental Council. I am also a Santa Maria native and graduate of Santa Maria High School from 2011. Sadly, I just missed their new pool, and so I'm still jealous about that. But I'm glad that they have a new building every time I drive by it. But as a representative of the Community Environmental Council, I am here to advocate for the merits of infill development and ask the City Council to reject the proposed additional annexation. CEC wholeheartedly supports the Santa Maria General Plan update as it works to align with, it was telling me I was done. CEC wholeheartedly supports the general plan as it works to align with the community's needs in terms of affordable housing, low-income housing, and the preservation of health and safety standards in our current housing stocks. Santa Maria residents have consistently voiced their demand for more housing in terms of space, affordability, and accessibility to city resources. Numerous residents have expressed the need for basic maintenance of their homes and apartments, as well as schools where they currently live. It's important to recognize that for many residents living in Santa Maria today, these complete neighborhoods that would be developed on annexed land would be financially out of reach. The most recent available comprehensive housing affordability strategy data from 2018 shows that over half, 53% of households in Santa Maria are low income and earn 80% or less of the average median income. This is 14,700 homes. Regarding transportation, the city's analysis highlights that building new development and the necessary roads across the 101 won't reduce the need for vehicles. It will increase the distance residents have to travel, especially for those who would live outside current city boundaries. I want to reiterate that the annexation that is already included in the infill alternative, that's 500 acres of greenfield land, is sufficient to meet all of our housing needs and exceeds them when it comes to housing units compared to the hybrid and preferred. Please reconsider the additional and excessive annexation when or if absolutely necessary. In conclusion, I'd like to emphasize that the core issue is the impact on the future growth and allocation of resources within the city of Santa Maria. This decision before us today will dictate the trajectory of the city's development for decades and has far-reaching implications for our residents and the environment. So please, please accept the infill alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Correa. Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. So let's bring this back to council, and you can ask questions and or make comments, and then we'll have a motion. Who wants to start?
I guess I have a clarifying question.
Sure.
Based on the last public comment. The infill option, which is infill option, which is option B, that one doesn't have annexation, does it? I didn't see it.
I don't think so.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Soto, the infill alternative does not include annexation.
Okay. That's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cordero?
This is somewhat difficult to say, but I've been out to Vandenberg a number of times in the last couple of years. And people from Marion Hospital spoke tonight. And we can't forget these people that need affordable housing. It's a very important demographic in the community, in any community. But I was out about a year and a half ago. I was out there with the city attorney. And every time I go out there, the one thing that keeps coming up is we have people that would like to come to work here, that want to live in Santa Maria, they want to live on the Central Coast, but there is no housing. And the housing they're talking about is single-family houses that are not multi-units, not like the ones that we're putting in at Main and Broadway right now. And not very many people have mentioned that element of the demographics that we're worried about. So this is not just affordable housing. We need to address the demographic across the board in order to fulfill all the needs. I have a neighbor that moved in that happens to be a major out at the base in the Space Force. And they have a family of 6. And they were moving here from Virginia. And they almost didn't move here until they found a house down the street from where I live, because they couldn't find housing. So not everybody in the community, or that will be in the community, is interested in apartment complexes. They don't call them that anymore, I think, but we need to concentrate on a broader base of homes. And we can't focus on just one demographic. And that makes, what makes that difficult is it's a little easier for these people, some of them that are making a little bit more money, to afford those things. And the unfortunate people that don't make the kind of money to support that kind of an investment, it's difficult. It's difficult to say, it's difficult to respond to, but it is necessary that we don't forget that there is more than one demographic that we have to address for the housing in this community. And that is going to take a very considerable decision to address those needs. CEOs, management people are not going to want to live in an apartment building. So I ask the council to give that consideration as they discuss this and we decide which one of these options that we end up accepting. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Do I go next? Yep.
I have a comment. Staff is asking for direction from the council for an annexation study. And this has been an ongoing exercise and years of work for us and years and hours for staff. We've been told that new areas should be complete neighborhoods, and we will need housing, not only housing, but we need commercial for shopping, we need new schools, we need areas for public safety, trails, parks, roads, facilities, and room for the healthcare industry. I really think that if we are going to do the city justice, we need to look at option C, because that's going to give us, the city, the flexibility for the staff to work with growers and shippers, the farmers, Marion Hospital, Hancock, A.T. Still University, the Chamber of Commerce, and really study what is the plan for the future. Because we can say option B, option C, but what if we run into tiger salamander? What if there's CEQA constraints? So I really think we need to give ourselves flexibility and really look at what is in the best interest for Santa Maria residents. I hate to hear that a surgeon wanted to move into Santa Maria and couldn't find housing. We didn't meet our RENA numbers for low-income housing, very low, and we also didn't meet our numbers for high-end housing. And so in order to really meet the numbers and be a balanced community, I think we need to work all together and look at option A and really give us the most flexibility. And so for that reason, I would like to propose that we look at option A to really look at both sides, not just east, west, but really as a community and everybody at the table to give us time and ability and options. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Escobar, did you want to make your comments?
I'm still.
Oh, okay. Ms. Soto, comments?
It's a lot to process. So thank you to staff and everybody who put in the hard labor of putting this together and bringing forward this today's presentation and recommendation. Also, thank you to everybody who is listening in and is here tonight to give us your perspective. In looking at the three options, and I agree with my colleagues when they say that we need to do what we can to accommodate the needs for additional residential units. When you look at the three options that are presented, it's really option B that gives you the most residential if you look at the analysis. I believe, if I read correctly, that option B would provide 32.1% of residential out of in comparison to option A, which gives the least number of residential at 27.1%, and option C giving at 29.5%, if I read that correctly in the analysis. And when you look at mixed use, it doesn't look like option A provides any mixed use, whereas in comparison, options B and C do, anywhere between 3.4 to 3.6%. And when you look at open space, really looking at options B and C are the ones that give you the most of that as well. From, again, what I'm seeing in the analysis. And so in my opinion, if we really are concerned about ensuring that we can accommodate the increase of population through residential and open space and really mitigating traffic and making our city more bikeable, more walkable, I would caution that we really have to look at, how much do we really want to annex? And so I do agree that there needs to be some sort of balance. However, I would be in complete opposition of option A.
Do you want to go yet or not?
No.
Okay. Mr. Wu, how many, you were telling me yesterday how many ADUs we have in Santa Maria, the capital of the ADUs in California?
As of a report a couple weeks ago, we have about 1,100 that have already been constructed. We have about 500 that are permitted and are permitted and or under construction, and we have another about 375.
So close to 2,000?
Yeah,
Yeah.
close to 2,000 if you
Okay.
include everything that's been constructed, has permits, or is in plan review.
Okay, and those ADUs have to have what kind of a setback? Like, is it 4 feet?
You know, the regulations tend to change. I know
Okay.
that the state's been very permissive. I probably defer to one of our planners for those details. But
Okay.
it's minimal setbacks.
Minimal, okay. So I heard 4 feet in some places and people having to take out trees out of yards in order to accommodate ADUs. Okay, I'm going to, I think infill is going to happen anyway. And when I look down at our projects under construction, I see like Element Apartments, 164 units, Santa Maria Studios, 160 units, Santa Maria Studios 2, which hasn't been built yet, 198 units. Centennial Gardens, I go down through these, and these are all affordable housing, whatever that means in California. And none of these are market rate that are being built. Then we have the corridor of Broadway and Main that is being built, and that's going to be high density also. So when I look at this and I look at the ADUs that are being built in Santa Maria, we are doing infill anyway. Then I start to look at, okay, so maybe 40,000 move here or not, I don't know. And then you look at the acreage you need for schools, the acreage you need for parks that we have to have, the high school and the elementary school, the fire stations, the police station, the libraries, transportation, any commercial. How do we put that into what we have in the 23.4 acres we live in now in Santa Maria?
Madam Mayor, is that a rhetorical question or a real question?
That's a real question. That's a real question. Okay,
You know,
okay.
Right. There are certain types of uses that require land, and you know, housing. You can have many forms of housing. You can have housing that's is multi-storied, or you can have single-story housing. But some uses, such as schools, and in coordination with school districts, for high schools, you need football fields and amenities that are comparable to existing facilities, because you want to be equitable with future high schools as you do with existing high schools. So that's just one example. So there are uses that require land.
Okay. And Mr. Martinez, I absolutely agree with everything you say. And I know a lot of people move here because they like the rural community. They don't necessarily like some of the rural noises, like tractors early in the morning and other things, but that they like the community and the rural ambiance. And so this is a rural community, but the people that are employed in ag live in the city of Santa Maria. And we've got 2 and 3 families living together in housing units. So we have a problem. Where are we going to put them all? And then where are we going to put these kids going to school? And I remember, and you can correct me on this, but when the building was built on Main and Broadway, it could not go up another story because of the land underneath. So in a way, there's probably places we are going to be constrained. We had to put the new sewer and water lines there also, because what we had was not going to be accommodated in the city of Santa Maria. So all those things, infrastructures that we had to do, had to be accommodated before. It's not like playing Monopoly where you can put something down on Park Place or Marvin Place or whatever. The infrastructure had to be there. We have a portion off of Depot Street where they can't even build because of the infrastructure. And we don't know how we're going to even make that happen. And I've been working on that for a while. So I don't know how we accommodate what we're going to see out there in 25, 30 years if we don't annex. Okay. I know that people are taking their land out of the Williamson Act because they're looking at maybe they want to sell it or they want to build on it or develop. Now, can you put the 3 maps up on there so I can see them? And I do not, I mean, Blosser, going west on Blosser to me is a sacred cow. We do not want to go in, once we start going into ag land, then that would be gone forever. The school district, high school district at one time owned property, and I can't remember what the acreage was on the northwest side of town, and they sold it. And so that's history. But, so my question to you, okay, that one, okay. Yeah. My question to you is, can we take that sliver that is on the east side of the freeway, flip it downwards where, next to the Elks Rodeo Ground, where there is a lot of sandy land. That is not prime ag land down there, right?
Correct.
Okay. But how many acres does all of this give us? And can that acreage accommodate what we are looking for in growth in the next 25 years? And that's mathematical, and I'm not a mathematician, so I'm going to rely on you.
Madam Mayor, there are some properties to the south of this red shaded areas. Some of the properties are very large because there's one piece that's about a full square mile that's owned by Bradley Lands. So it's really, I think it's about a dozen properties if you were to take this down to the Elks Recreation. They may not, the Bradley Lands, it's a little bit further to the east beyond the sway alignment because it goes out 1 mile east from the 101. The current alignment is about a half mile from the 101. So if you go south, you actually have to go and bump out a little bit more to the east.
Okay. Okay, so that would be my preference. And it's going to take, I think, a lot of the traffic off of 101 North. If you don't live in the area where this traffic occurs, then you don't realize how bad it is on North Broadway coming off 101. The Betaravia is really bad. That's going to be redone. That's in the process of, in the planning. So having that down there next to the Elks Rodeo Grounds where it's sandy, it is not prime ag land. We did get a letter from fax from farmers on this, that they would be that they would be much in favor of an annexation like that. And I could certainly support that.
Is that an option?
Yeah, taking this and flipping it down. I don't know, do you have some kind of a configuration you can put on the map, on a map?
Yeah, I'll turn to the clerks. I have some other slides that show different alternatives.
Okay.
So this is alternative A. B, of course, is infill, so it's without the yellow. This is C. And because of some of the areas that we're talking about and the letters that we received, I did kind of delineate some. So if this is a potential southerly expansion area.
Oh, okay. And that's not considered prime ag land, right?
For the most part, no.
Okay. You know, after we go get this all put together and decide what we want to do, and if we decide we want to annex, then we have to go to LAFCO. And I think if we're going to go to LAFCO, let's go and let's do it right. To sort of do slivers of this, to me, doesn't make sense, because every time you do a little sliver, you've got to go to LAFCO, and I just think it's a waste of our time, waste of our money. But I don't know. What does everyone think?
Does this expand on
This is
A? What would we do with this?
this is Sandy Hills over
No,
here.
I know, but
Yeah.
in terms of the options, do we
It would be option C, move down.
Or we could call it option.
Move down.
Option D?
Move down.
We could call it option, whatever we want.
So, Madam Mayor, members of the council, to kind of facilitate the conversation a little bit. So again, this is alternative A, the annexation, which again, it takes it out about a mile to the east, and it's along the Panther Rosemary alignment. This is alternative C, the current recommendation. We received letters about this particular area. That's a southerly expansion. And then there's this. If you combine the preferred alternative and then include a southerly area, but that's the total acreage that you're talking about now will be about 2,000, which then would even exceed that of the expansion scenario. The expansion scenario is about 1700, 1770. The current recommendation is about 985. So if you take the 985 and you included some of the southerly areas, you end up with 2,091. That's the math here.
What would be the, we haven't done an analysis on this, though.
No.
No.
Right.
The work up to this point has been 3 contrasting growth scenarios. So to help facilitate discussion towards a direction, the council can still provide direction for a more detailed study, because whatever the direction the council provides, this kicks off our EIR effort, this kicks off our annexation studies. The study so far has been a comparative analysis, but it's not a detailed analysis that the subsequent work would entail. So the council still has discretion to provide a direction that's not necessarily the current recommendation, or it could be a combination of, there were some comments about infill providing the most housing capacity. That is true to the extent that the infill has the highest density. But you can take components of different alternatives, such as the higher density of the corridors, and combine it with some expansion. The council has a liberty and discretion to make those decisions and to give staff direction to further analyze and study.
Okay, you gave us that pie chart, which showed that 1/3 of whatever land we take is residential. And I always thought it would be more, but it was only 1/3. And then you said 1/3 was what, commercial or industrial?
Yeah, that's a very rough way of describing it.
Right.
It's 36% or so is residential. Another 1/3 is open space and public facilities, so your parks, your schools, your fire stations, and then the other 1/3 is industrial and commercial. That's a rough way of looking at it.
Okay. So to accommodate, say, the people that we would have in here in 25 years, so our parks, our schools, fire station, public services would accommodate that 1/3 that we're speaking of then?
It's a mathematical exercise.
And I'm just asking for generalities. I understand that. I'm not going to hold you to it. I would not remember it by that time anyway. So, okay.
So if we're doing a little bit of math, if we take the current recommendation, 985, now keep in mind the projected growth of 15,900, a good 6,000 will already be accommodated through existing projects within the city boundaries. Then there'll be additional housing that'll be accommodated through future infill housing. So it's not like 16,000 units within expansion areas. It's actually, a lot of it will be within existing boundaries. But still, if we're talking about even 1/3 of the future housing, we're still, that it could be about, 4,000 to 5,000 housing units. And if you're looking at this particular hybrid scenario, 985, and we're saying 35% housing, that's probably 350, 400 acres in this scenario for future housing. So can 350 or 400 acres accommodate 5,000 housing units? Yes, if it's about 12 units an acre, which is kind of a medium density range.
And this is what I'm saying. I said, I wish we had done the housing element first, because people really need to see what that housing element looks like, because we are so underrepresented when it comes to above moderate and in our community. And so we have people, you know, I hear people, we want to have higher paying jobs. These CEOs are not going to live, as Mr. Cordero said, in these apartments. We have people coming from Vandenberg, and Vandenberg has spoken to us many times on this, where families need someplace to live for 2 and 3 years, and then they're gone someplace else. SpaceX is going to be opening how many more jobs? 700? And those are reasonably high-paying jobs, and they're going to want to live in Santa Maria. They have no place to live in Lompoc. Lompoc is landlocked, and so they're going to have to live in Santa Maria or live out in the Orchid area. And so they're coming, and we have no place to put them. They're living right now, they're living down in Goleta, you know, and so they're the ones that are here, but the 700 new jobs, we have no place to put them or to accommodate them.
It's pretty normal when I've gone out to Vandenberg for one of the programs they have out there, that someone will corner me and say, what's new on housing?
Yeah.
And that just happens all the time.
Yeah.
And I think you remember that time we were out there together, you and I, and the subject came up, housing. And we don't have enough houses. So that's why I mentioned when I opened up the statement that we need to address all of the housing needs, not just one or two of the needed demographics.
But I do have a question.
Sure.
All of these options, you guys have not studied the environmental impacts and whether we could even build, because there could be environmental constraints, as was mentioned earlier, correct? So we may want to go this route, but it may not be a possibility to be able to do that until you guys study.
That's probably true with every one of them.
Right.
But with this, I can see an opposition from LAFCO, because you've got some prime ag land right there in that. Where I am suggesting down below is not prime ag land.
Yep.
And I think it takes a big load off of the roads down there and all the intersections. And another thing I don't think people realize, that on these ADUs, we do not receive the AB 1600 fees. So here we have more people moving into our community and a higher density, and we get no money for them at all, and for any of those. And to me, that is just a real negative, because these kids go to our schools, they use our library, they use our swimming pool, they use the hospital, and we don't collect any monies for them to be used in the city of Santa Maria. And we feel that at budget time, and when we want to do any kind of capital projects, we feel that.
Right, and that's why I don't like option C. As Mr. Martinez said, for every acre of ag land we take out, we lose jobs. And so that's why I like the other option, where we can look at the bigger option and say, well, how do we not take out prime ag land, right? Where do we move in the city? And if we look at the option that takes into the Alps, which is not prime ag land, that may be the better option. But I hate for us to go with option C, because it does take out prime ag land.
Yeah.
Excuse me, if I may, ma'am.
Mr.
I think that's kind of a push and pull, what Mr. Martinez says. You're going to lose two jobs. And I'm going to take his statistics and say he's probably correct. But if you don't do something like that, you're not going to gain a job or two as well. So it's going to go either way. I mean, because of what I'm saying is we don't have the housing to accommodate some of these management and middle management people, then they're not going to come here because they don't have houses. And the difficulty there is that it doesn't take into account the fact that some people in the communities are much needier than others. some people can afford to drive from Santa Barbara or somewhere else. But we need to have housing here as well. So you're going to lose 2 positions, but you may lose 2 positions on the other side of the equation as well.
Okay.
Carlos.
Okay. Carlos, Mr. Escobedo?
I think it's something that hasn't been mentioned, and it's important to put up there, is that we can say we can make this amendment. We can try to do. We can wanted to add 4,000 acres of land to Santa Maria, but that's just a proposal at the end of the day. And every team, and I would like to. It was mentioned a couple of times, but not really in detail. Everything. Even if we send a proposal to the Santa Barbara Local Agency Formation Commission, or also known as LAFCO, they're the ones that are gonna end up saying yes or no. So that's something, it's not on the city of Santa Maria to say, well, we're gonna add, and that's it. So that's something that I would like to, everybody who's watching us online and everybody who's here need to be aware of. On top of that, I've been watching some hearings and doing some research about some decisions that LAFCO had made before. Particularly, there's one case that attracted my attention, that it's Lompoc. Pretty new. It's been in the works since the 90s, and they've been wanting to add farmland for less than 100. I believe it was 184 acres. And that was denied. In that regards, I don't see either map 1, C, D to be feasible to happen. So I start asking myself, and I will ask everybody, why wasting our time on something that is not gonna happen, or is very unlikely to happen? I think that we need to start focusing on what we have right now. And we need to be focused on making Santa Maria a better place to live. Because either way we go, A, B, C, D, F, there's gonna be an impact in the community. Example of that, it's the emergency calls or calls for service. They're gonna increase. So I think it would be more appropriate to start looking at how are we going to deal with traffic, how are we going to deal with roads, with sidewalks, instead of dreaming something that, I mean, if there are 3 votes that would like to request more annexation and you want to try that road, I mean, go for it, but that's unlikely to happen. So I think that in a few words, I would say that let's make Santa Maria better, not bigger. Therefore, I would go for the alternative B.
Just some comments that were made on the dais that I think it's important for us to reflect on and do some grounding. I completely understand the need to have a diverse set of housing. I absolutely agree with that. And it's also important to remind ourselves that we have to do what we can to protect prime ag land. I mean, there was a recent report that came out just earlier this year, I think in the summer of 2023, that I believe the gross production value of agriculture in the county of Santa Barbara was over $1.9 billion. So what does that mean to the revenue that is generated here in the city of Santa Maria, the sales tax, the workforce that the agricultural sector really sustains? And when you're looking at inflation and housing costs, I mean, in order for a person to afford a house here in the city of Santa Maria, let's say at $650,000, which is what
a lot of our homes are going for right now, you need to be earning at least $125,000, $130,000 to be able to afford that. So when our, average or median income in the city of Santa Maria is about $64,000 $64,000 per household, approximately, based on our own 2022-2024 budget report. So let's just really ground ourselves on the vast majority of folks that do live in our community, the sector that really sustains our economy in this region, and the role that the city of Santa Maria holds in or has in really protecting, right, ag and uplifting our communities. I think that we're having great, fruitful discussions, and it sounds like part of this also includes, like, how can we also diversify the industry within our own community. And when you look at the land use distribution analysis that's in the reports that are provided by us, by staff, it shows that about, if we were to go with option A, about 26.7% of the land use distribution would be towards industrial. So really that's less than either option C or B. And so again, I reiterate the fact that I don't believe option A is the best option if we're really trying to address the needs that have been brought up by us here on the dais. I do think that there needs to be some sort of balance. And so I agree with Councilmember Escobedo and in his remarks. And I would say the more that we can do to really protect ag land, the better. I would say, rather than going with the modified hybrid, the modified alternative C, I would say let's just go with the original alternative C, which would be 720 acres, and really doing what we can to kind of ensure that most of the growth, or as much of the growth as possible, is sustained within our infill, or that's sustained through infill. And so that's kind of where I'm landing, either option B or C. But the less we can really absorb of ag land, the better. And the more we can really ensure that we are providing the housing that our residents currently need and future residents is also something of high priority, but I also understand the needs of our school districts. And so I think that there definitely needs to be a balance, but definitely not absorbing as much as we can for the sake of absorbing it is also not environmentally sane.
I don't think this is a proposal to absorb. I think this is just a proposal to study annexation. And so I think I would propose the option D, which is looking at staying away from the prime ag land and going towards the Elks that is not prime ag land and growing in that direction, as you had posted up there, so that we could study whether that's even viable environmentally available.
I would echo that, and it does a couple of things. One thing, it addresses what Councilwoman Soto says, to stay away from the prime ag land. And I think we should be considerate of that. Is it 1.8 billion?
1.9.
1.9, that's a lot of money. And I think that moving it and giving that I understand that it creates a little work for you, sir, but it removes that swallowing up that prime ag land, at least for now. And we can allow them to continue to grow the things that they're growing there now and continue to contribute to whatever they're contributing to as far as the prime ag land that we need to have. The only thing I don't care for with it is it kind of moves the project out away from Marion. And I think that it being so close to Marion lends it some real opportunities for it for its future use, immediate future use.
Right. So that would be my motion.
No.
Wait a minute, I'm going to say a few things. You know, we can sit here and hope away and wish away, but I read the list of all the infill we're doing in Santa Maria. We don't have any place to put a school. We have no place to put a school, period. I mean, so you can wish it away, but that's the facts. We have no place for, we're going to get another fire station off of Blosser, and that'll be it. Right, Mr. Wu?
Yes, Madam Mayor, so I'll also caution that there was a time in which the Bradley lands was studied, and so even though we don't have detailed studies, there were significant biological constraints with tiger salamander that would make it very, very difficult to build. So while this is under consideration, it's very sandy, it's habitat for tiger salamander, we can still study it, but recognize that there are significant biological constraints. As a staff recommendation, this is still the preferred alternative as recommended by staff and the Planning Commission. But if there's a desire to study this area, we can also take direction to study this area as part of the direction in preparation of an annexation study and our preparation of the environmental impact report.
How
Mr.
much would it
Escobedo, did you want
cost?
to speak?
How much would it cost to do that further analysis? Sorry.
The EAR is scoped in our general plan update, so we have the funds set aside for this study.
Mr. Escobedo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to go back to my point. I think it's we've been discussing. We can talk about this all night, tomorrow, next week, and we're just talking about it. We're just going too ahead of something that it's unlikely to happen. And I mean, I'm here printed the Santa Barbara County Local Agency Formation Commission, their mission. I will read it. Our mission: the Local Agency Formation Commission is committed to serving the residents of Santa Barbara County and the state of California by disencouraging urban sprawl and encouraging the orderly formation and development of local agencies based on local conditions and circumstances. All the A, C, D, that just doesn't fit with the mission of the organization. We will need to go and request a proposal to be accepted. So I think that we shouldn't be wasting staff time and our time on something that will just go back to us saying you're denied, as it happened this year for 184 acres in Lompoc that they've been working since 90s. So I would like to jump and put a motion to reject alternative C and accept alternative B, which is the
Excuse
infill.
me, Mr. Escobedo. You're absolutely wrong, because what they've tried to do is that you have orderly formation of land that you're not, and so that it has to be contiguous, and that's what LAFCO says. It doesn't say that they're not going to annex, because I'm on the LAFCO board, and when I go to all these meetings, Lompoc was completely different than what you're talking about here, completely different. They are landlocked, but that is prime ag land, and so that is inaccurate. So,
Madam Mayor, would like to dissent on that. This is not Carlos talking.
No, I know.
This is the mission,
I know that.
and
Okay.
I just don't think that we should be wasting our staff time. We need to be focusing on what we can do with what we have. And I set a motion on.
Ms. Aguilera Hernandez.
Yeah, so we can, Mr. Escobedo has put a motion, we can vote on it.
Well, it needs to
And
be
then-
seconded.
Oh,
Point of order.
I thought you.
Point of order, council. You need to close discussion before you'd like to make a motion. Thank you.
Right.
Okay, on the hearing? Or close discussion?
Yes, close
Okay.
discussion.
Okay.
So you put out a motion. Does he have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Can you please clarify what the motion is?
The motion is to reject the alternative C, which is the one proposed by the staff, and change it for the alternative B, which is the city infill.
Okay, so the motion is to reject alternative C and to approve alternative B.
Correct.
Councilmember Escobedo?
Aye.
Councilmember Soto?
Aye.
Councilmember Cordero?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Aguilera Hernandez?
No.
Mayor Patino?
No.
The motion does not pass.
Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion that we modify C to include the Elks so that the staff can study non-prime ag land and look at the possibility of an annexation. This is just a study. We're giving staff direction to look at whether this is even a viable option, given that there may be some issues with environmental constraints. So that would be my motion.
Second.
May I,
Good.
Okay.
may I ask a
Yes,
question?
any
now that
any
it's-
further discussion? Go ahead.
Thank you. Wasn't, Mr. Wu, didn't you just say that there had already been discussions or
The
studies?
Bradley landfill.
There's some,
Land.
Madam Mayor, Council members, there has been some history with this proposal for Bradley Lands. There was a conceptual plan that was prepared. There was actually some environmental studies that was prepared, and they found tiger salamander. There are also oil wells in this area. Now, as with any environmental concerns, sometimes there are also mitigation measures. But it warrants, there's some information that we know, but there's also additional analysis that we can still perform.
Okay.
So would we call this alternative D?
You can call this direction whatever you'd
Okay.
like to call
I
it.
would like to call it alternative D, which includes the parcel, the southern parcel, to avoid prime ag land. That would be my motion.
We have a
But the
motion.
prime
We have a
ag-
second.
Sorry, another.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Clarifying question.
Yeah.
But you're not really avoiding prime ag land because you're still taking up what's in the preferred plan and absorbing or trying to annex the
They're just going to look at that and
The
see.
Elks.
Yeah.
so
That would not be my preference, but they're still going to look at that.
Right,
and
they're
see.
still-
Yeah.
In order, I think the goal is to avoid prime ag land, that
Yeah.
we've had a lot of speakers here today say they don't like that option.
Yeah. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Aguilera Hernandez?
Aye.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Escobedo?
Oh,
Councilmember Soto?
no.
Mayor Patino?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, next we have for 14B. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, would you like to take a 5-minute break?
Yes, let's do a 5-minute break. Thank you.
Today, based on your prior general direction, in August of this year, you had a presentation regarding a specific project, which is the Fire Station 1 expansion, which is costed at about $10 million, and only about half of that being currently funded. So that discussion was about general concepts of financing options, and following the discussion, you provided general direction to continue the conversation and to bring back more information about financing options. So in response to your direction, staff has partnered with K&N Public Finance Company, who works with multiple jurisdictions to assist communities to leverage their cash dollars into financing options and be able to address their infrastructure needs sooner than later. So we have Dan Cox here with us from K&N, who will be making a presentation. After the presentation, what we're looking from you today as staff is general direction, whether you would like us to continue to study financing options, maybe some preferences from what you hear, and then we'll come back to you if you wish so with additional information and specific recommendations at a later date. So as you think about this, one of your first priority projects is once again the Fire Station 1. That's kind of already in the works and in the design, so there is a decision to be made how to fund that, financing or not. But we would also think about other projects to recommend for financing options as part of the next financial plan development. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dan. It's a fairly detailed presentation, so as he goes through the presentation, please feel free to stop him and ask all the questions that you have. Thank you. Go ahead, Dan.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, members of the council, I'm Dan Cox with K&N Public Finance. We're a municipal financial advisory company located in Berkeley. And we've actually previously worked with Santa Maria on your water wastewater refinancings in 2012 and 2021. Here tonight to give you a fairly high-level overview of debt financing options, focused primarily on the fire station projects. Okay, there we go. So in California, debt is governed by the California Constitution, which generally requires for true debt, true general obligation bonds, a 2/3 vote of the people. There's actually 4 exceptions to that voter requirement. One is a borrowing that takes place within a fiscal year, usually for intra-year cash flow purposes, but the debt is repaid from revenues from the year that the notes are issued in. The one we'll focus on mostly this evening, it's contingent obligation theory. A vote isn't required on any contingent obligation, and that's what lease financings in California are all about and why those don't need voter approval. The third exception is special fund obligations, and those were what your water wastewater revenue bonds fell under. And then the fourth is obligations imposed by law, and an example of that is judgment and obligation bonds, which are not particularly common. So the revenues and financing mechanisms, the items that are paid from the general fund, typically from existing revenues, are the lease obligations, lease revenue bonds, and certificates of participation, along with pension obligation bonds and tax and revenue anticipation notes. Financing mechanisms that are paid from enterprise revenues are enterprise revenue bonds and something called installment sale, COPs. Neither of those require a vote. And then finally, paid from special taxes such as general obligation bonds, limited tax bonds, special tax or assessment bonds, and those do require a vote. To go into lease obligations a little bit in a little bit more detail, they do not require voter approval. They're considered general fund credits secured by general revenues. There's a covenant to annually budget and appropriate the lease payments. To have a lease financing, you need a leased asset, real property, and that can either be a existing city asset or the project that's being financed. And In the latter case, because it's a contingent obligation, the payments that the city would make are contingent in having use and possession of the project. So while the project is being built, there's no legal obligation to make the payments, so those payments are funded from proceeds. The asset selection, that's really more part of the implementation of a financing, not so much relevant on the decision to proceed with one, as long as you have sufficient assets to use other than the project. But the key features that investors look at are the essentiality of the project. City halls, fire stations are usually tend to be more viewed favorably than parks and golf courses. The value of the asset just needs to be equal to the principal amount of the borrowing. And then the useful life. The asset has to have a remaining useful life at least equal to the term of the financing. And then subject to abatement, that's the key feature that makes it a contingent obligation and allowable as an exception to the debt limit. And to the extent the city doesn't have use and possession of the project, whether it's failure to complete construction or if it's damaged by casualty loss, there's no legal obligation to make the payment. And that for the COPs to be marketable, lease revenue bonds to be marketable, it requires carrying casualty insurance and rental interruption insurance. Types of lease obligations, they come under a lot of different names, but they are largely the same thing. Lease revenue bonds, the city actually did lease revenue bonds quite some time ago. They've been paid off for quite a while now. Certificates of participation or COPs, they're largely the same thing. Those two vehicles are typically used when there's a public offering, bonds sold to the public. And then lease purchase agreements are typically used when it's a private placement. If you place, get a loan from a bank, it's not really a loan, it's you're entering into a lease purchase transaction with a bank. The last point we pretty much covered, the leased asset can either be the project financed or another existing asset. That's known as an asset transfer. The advantage of that approach is it eliminates construction risk to the investors and eliminates the need for funding interest on the bonds until the project is complete. So briefly, the structure of a lease revenue bond, the bonds are secured by lease payments made by the city, which are payable from generally available revenues to an intermediary, it's typically a nonprofit. That nonprofit assigns its rights to receive the lease payments to a bond trustee, who's kind of the intermediary between the city and the investors. Finally, the proceeds received from investors from the sale of the bonds are used to build the project. Methods of sale, this is more of an implementation part, but there are two main categories. One is a public offering. That's where you bring an underwriter on board who purchases the bonds from the city and resells to the public, and maybe institutions, individual investors, banks, and so forth. That's the vehicle to reach the broadest investor base. There are two approaches in a public offering. One is a competitive sale. The transaction is basically put together and approved by council. We obtain a credit rating. Once it's ready to go, the bonds are put out to bid by investors, and the underwriter submitting the lowest total interest cost is the winning underwriter. There's a negotiated sale where the underwriter is selected in advance. They participate in putting the transaction together. Those are, negotiated sale is more common with larger financings, more complex financing. The city has actually done both competitive sale and negotiated in the past. In 2012, the restructuring of the wastewater issue was a negotiated sale because of its complexity. And more recently, in 2021, a refunding for savings was by a competitive sale. So it's really a case-by-case basis on when they're used. Private placement is most typically a direct purchase by a bank. They tend to have lower upfront costs than a public offering, but a higher rate. It's a simpler process. It doesn't require putting together an official statement. The offering document provided to investors and does not require a credit rating. They tend to be used more often on smaller, more short-term financings. Shorter-term financings is primarily because the bank market, most of the banks don't go beyond a term of, say, 10 to 15 years. And the shorter term is also where you have larger upfront costs. You're amortizing those costs over a shorter period of time, so it makes the all-in borrowing cost a little more expensive. The economics between the two methods of sale, they're based on estimates, but they're based on the all-in cost, taking into account both the upfront cost and the rate. And finally, when a direct purchase is used, it's typically a competitive process where an RFP is put together and proposals are obtained and a bank is selected, typically based on the lowest overall cost, but there may be conditions that are taken into account. Next, thought it would be helpful to just point out some excerpts from the city's debt policy. There's a number of elements relevant to what you would consider here. The first bullet, the city will plan for capital improvements and maintenance as part of its budgeting process, seeking to set aside funds in advance so that most capital projects can be financed on a pay-as-you-go basis. I think that was, a statement that kind of addresses what you have been doing in the past. Debt financing will be reserved for significant, unusual, or extraordinary expenditures that do not have sufficient funds to set aside or complete, or when a cost-benefit analysis shows that debt financing is more advantageous to the city. The city will evaluate new debt on a case-by-case basis, considering city's fiscal health, potential impact of debt service on then current service levels, and other long-term considerations. In general, debt may be considered to finance projects if it meets one or more minimum criteria, being a goal of distributing the payment for the asset over its useful life, so that the benefits more closely match the cost for current and future residents. And then finally, the need for the project is compelling in terms of ongoing cost savings, the need for public safety or services, and the size of the project makes funding out of existing resources or near-term revenues impractical. Debt financing, pros and cons. Pros, it's a source of capital projects, too large for the annual budget, shares the cost of major improvements between current and future taxpayers, may accelerate project delivery versus funding on a pay-as-you-go basis, and hence reduce some project cost inflation. Cons and risk factors are that add significant interest in financing costs over time. It's a fixed cost that competes with other expenditures in the city budget and cannot be deferred in any given year. So, there's a little bit less flexibility with debt. You have to pay it. You don't want to default on it. Whereas on pay-as-you-go, you have a little more flexibility if times are tight to defer projects to free up resources. And finally, additional staff time is needed in implementing and administering the financing. Some best practices from the city's debt policy, which in itself is a best practice that you have one. First one is pretty obvious, hardly needs to be stated, but do not use debt for operating expenses other than an intra-year cash flow borrowing for timing. But debt may be used in the event of an extraordinary event, such as a major judgment. The long-term obligations shouldn't exceed the useful lives of the projects being financed. Annual debt service payments should be approximately level, and that can be by individual bond issue or in the aggregate if you have multiple bond issues. For predictability, city will give preference to fixed rate debt. Variable rate may be considered to achieve certain goals, such as to provide greater call flexibility. Evaluation of the general fund debt affordability should include annual debt service as a % of general fund appropriations, and self-imposed limits on the amount of general fund debt should also be considered. So just one note, the policy does not specify a % at this point, such as debt service shall not exceed 5% as an example of general fund appropriations. You know, we kind of feel that that number in coming up with that kind of number isn't very meaningful, done in a box in isolation. You know, we think it's, if you do consider debt, it's a better approach to, you know, take into account the fact that it's a fixed amount on your budget, look at the project considerations, what may have to be delayed, you know, look at the options of no debt. And then, you know, as you proceed or may proceed with one bond issue where a percentage may come in, would be to take into account that there may be future projects, and it may be useful to have, you know, an idea of how much additional debt after the initial bond issue that the city feels like it can comfortably accommodate in its budget. So on the fire stations, we ran a couple of really illustrative scenarios. Fire station number 1, renovation, estimated cost of $10 million. $5 million is currently budgeted. That's expected to advertise for bids in the construction bids in the summer of '24. Second project, fire station number 2, replacement, $11 million estimated project cost. No funds are currently budgeted. The site is identified to be transferred to the city, if it isn't already. And we understand that's expected to be ready for construction in 2 to 3 years. So the financing scenarios we put together, again, an illustration, not a recommendation, not a proposal. But one is on the fire station number 1, you know, simply financing the unfunded $5 million. An option would be also to finance the full $10 million, freeing up $5 million in budgeted funds for other purposes, and that, depending on the mix of projects you ultimately might finance over time, that can reduce the number of financings that you undertake, just might be a little more efficient. Preliminary assumptions for this purpose, we assumed a public offering of lease revenue bonds, 30-year term with fixed rates. 30 is about as long as you'd want to go on a real property issue before you would be viewed as having something a little bit out of the box. Longer terms are done. And that's the approach that gets you the lowest annual debt service. Tends to be the higher rate, overall borrowing cost, but lowers debt service. So, I mean, you have the option to do 20, 25. You can pick whatever term fits in with the budget, but we've used 30 years for this. We assume current market conditions as of the time we ran these numbers, mid-November, plus a 1% cushion. When you're budgeting and planning for projects, we always recommend adding some cushion over current market conditions because they are very volatile, a lot of ups and downs, particularly of late. And so, you know, the hope would be that, you know, that it's a good market environment when you actually do a financing, but you should definitely plan for a less favorable environment to the extent you proceed down that path. We assumed a medium to high grade credit rating, similar to what your water, wastewater bonds are rated. They're in the AA category. The rating for general fund COP would be different. It takes into account different factors, so you wouldn't necessarily have the same rating.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question, you mentioned that the interest rate from a bond or debt 15, 20 years to a 30-year, what is there, you mentioned that it's higher when it's longer, it's usually higher when it's longer the debt for, or did I hear wrong?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there you go.
So the bonds are sold by maturity. And in most markets, the yield to the investor on a 1-year maturity is going to be lower than a 2-year maturity and so forth. And so your cost is the blended, essentially the blended cost of, in a 30-year issue, the 1 to 30-year issues. Whereas if you issue for 20 years, it's blended from years 1 to 20. So what that difference is might, it varies with market conditions because that relationship between a short-term issue and a long-term issue varies. You know, I think probably right now the difference in overall borrowing costs, say between a 20-year issue and a 30-year issue, is probably between 0.25% and 0.3%. But the annual payments would be higher on a $10 million issue, even though you're getting the benefit of a lower cost because you're amortizing the principal over a shorter period of time. The annual debt service payments would be higher. And so on a $10 million payment, that might be $130,000 or so per year in higher annual payments, but you have the debt paid off sooner. So there's just a lot of trade-offs, no one magic answer. I think, you know, ultimately we can certainly provide a number of scenarios, but ultimately, you know, it's what works best in your budget currently and for your long-term needs as well.
Thank you.
Is there another question?
None.
It's hard to see. So finally, the results we've shown here. The first two columns are Fire Station 1, 5, and 10 million. We showed the sources and uses. The upfront costs are typically financed out of the proceeds of the bonds, and so those are reflected in the annual debt service. There's some minor annual administrative costs, but those are relatively small. Your big cost is annual debt service. So here, it's because it's an asset transfer, you're paying debt service right away, probably the first fiscal year after issuance. So you can see for the $5 million project, it's about $360,000 a year over 30 years, and that's with that 1% rate cushion. You can also see for the $5 million project, your total debt service over the 30 years is about $10.7 million. The 10 million, it's about double, not surprisingly, annual debt service, about $705,000 $175,000. Fire Station 2, since that project would be a couple of years out, you wouldn't finance it until till about the time you're receiving construction bids for the project. So obviously debt service wouldn't start until that time, and you can see under these assumptions, debt service is about $775,000 per year, and total debt service over the life about $21.7 million.
Madam Mayor. Thank you. So if I get it right, there are two scenarios that you're presenting in regards to the Fire Station 1. One in which we request, we get a $5 million, would complement the $5 million that are already in the budget. And the second is keep the $5 million that is in the budget and go for the $10 million. And the difference between those two says that if we go for let's just go for the $10 million, we're gonna be ended up spending or paying more than $21 million out of that.
Right.
Okay.
Right, but what that would get you is you freed up the $5 million that was budgeted for Fire Station 1 for some other project. It's primarily a vehicle just to do financings more efficiently if you've got multiple projects over multiple times. So whether that's the right thing to do just depends on a lot of facts in terms of your project planning.
Thank you.
So I know I went through a lot fairly quickly. This is high level, but are there any questions?
Any questions?
Any of this?
I go ahead of the question section.
Any questions? None?
It's
Mr. Cordero?
much like any other loan option you have if you're going to buy a home with it or whatever you're going to do. So I don't see any surprises in the delivery here. I mean, it's standard loan procedures, pretty much.
I'm sorry, so is the question about other options other than the lease?
No, I think you've got you covered them all. You know, I think I didn't see anything surprising in what you're saying.
It's pretty straightforward. I mean, it's not, there are some complexities to it, but you're basically borrowing money and paying it back. So, just some of these intricacies that just have to do with the debt limit and how you can finance something that, that doesn't require a 2/3 vote, but you're financing it out of existing resources.
Mr. Posada, do you remember was that 20 years on the parking structure?
Sorry, Mayor. Which time? Because it was financed initially, and then we refinanced it again.
And then we refinanced it, that's right, yeah, okay.
Yes. So it's
And
been
then
a while.
and then we finally owned it.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank goodness.
Any questions? Thank you very much.
Okay.
So I'll bring this back to the council. Any further discussion and direction? Yes, Mr. Posada.
Madam Mayor, thank you. So what Ms. Bradford has brought forward is the concepts for you all to consider tonight. Give us some ideas if it's something you want us to look further into. Look at projects. Fire Station 1 addition is one capital project. There are certainly others that could be out there to consider. So it's really a question of how you would like us to proceed on getting more information or building different scenarios for you.
Ms. Aguilera?
I believe this was a request when
Yes.
we were talking about the fire station. and whether this was an option. I mean, looking at the numbers, it is a lot of money. We're looking at a lot of debt. However, if staff believes that it's the right way to go to pursue, but I just don't know if it's the right move for us at this time. Staff? Senia?
Thank you, Councilmember Aguilera, council members. So I think where we are right now is just trying to pull options together. I don't think we're in a position to make a recommendation whether we should finance the fire station or not. But if the council would like us to pursue it further, then we can do that. We can come back with different projects. I think most of you are aware that there are capital projects out there that we're not doing. And there are a couple of white elephants that we own that need some attention. And so it may just be something to look at on a broader scale. Fire station, obviously, you know, Chief Bradley is certainly pushing for that fire station to get done, and we know we're going to need some money to do it. So we can certainly make that the priority. It's really where you would like us, you know, to spend our time studying.
Mr. Cordero.
Yes, Mr. Posada, is there a time-sensitive issue that we should be concerned about, particularly with the fire department?
I'll defer to Mr. Fulgoni on it. I know that the project is in design right now. Brett, if you could grab a microphone somewhere.
The project is currently in design. We'll be ready to build summer, or ready to go out to bid summer this coming year. The impetus of the timing question is really up Chief Dandridge and his operation. We're there to support him, but we are trying to push these projects forward through design, so if a grant does become available, we'll be competitive for that.
Okay.
Given that the $5 million that we currently have, that's through federal grant, right? Is that was a federal?
No, it was prior allocation through the budget process.
Oh, the $5 million?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's a general fund allocation. So that would, you know,
Yeah.
as the presentation suggested, it could be used for other purposes.
Right. Well, I really appreciated the different scenarios that were presented because it makes me think about the other unfunded capital projects that we have going on. And so if we're considering these scenarios, it may not be a bad idea for us to consider, you know, just asking for the full 10 million and freeing up the other 5 million to go towards some of the capital projects that we have going on right now that are unfunded.
Thank you, Councilmember Soto. So we can certainly bring back information on this. Public Works is going to continue down the road of design, and maybe bring something back to you after the first of the year. We can talk a little bit more about it.
If I may, the other point in going through more detail on design is we'll have a better idea of what this is actually going to cost, and we can refine those dollars a little bit further as well as we move through the process.
Okay. Mr. Escobedo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. From the top of your head, when we talk about other projects that might be up there, what are some, what's the nature of those capital projects that it shouldn't be like a specific list, some that...
Do you want to cover those, Brett? Thank you.
There are many projects that are unfunded. We plan to bring a multitude of those to light during this budget cycle. As you know, we have the facility condition index that we're doing. There's a lot of existing buildings that need dollars for fixing the existing buildings. We also know that the fire department has a number of, outside of just the fire stations, they need a fire department training center, and they need a fire department, they need a building to house their administration, because the ones that we currently have are old. We're gonna need to address that at some point. We have an emergency operations center that is quite old and doesn't meet current standards. So there's just a multitude of things. You could add roads, you could add, you know, sidewalks. You could add the the old PD that's across the street and the need for administrative functions to expand that the city has. Kind of runs the gamut.
Okay, thank you.
And I was thinking, Mr. Posada, when we get together with our goals and objectives, that might be a really good time to look at any capital projects we have out there, because we can sit there and really spend more time to discuss it and the cost also.
Yeah, we can certainly add that,
Yeah.
Mayor.
I keep forgetting about the old PD. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or direction? Did you get that enough from us, Mrs. Bradford?
I think we're just looking for general direction, so
Yeah.
if there's a consensus on council to bring back the conversations through the budget development, then we'll continue those discussions and bring back more specific recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know we make it hard for you guys.
Next, we have item 13A, a public hearing regarding adopting a negative deck and adopting a resolution repealing the 2015-2023 housing element and adopting the 23 to 2031 six-cycle housing element. Staff report has been made by Principal Planner Frank Albro.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the commission. My name is Frank Albro. I'm Principal Planner for the city's Planning Division and Community Development Department. I'm pleased to present the six-cycle housing element. Excuse me one moment. And before I begin in considering the conversation that was had earlier on the overall general plan, I would like to just set the context for this presentation. First off, this housing element is following a different track than the other components of the general plan, particularly the land use element that was discussed earlier. Housing elements are required by state law to be updated every 8 years, as opposed to the general plan. There is no set schedule for updating a general plan. Being that it's required to be updated every 8 years, the housing element is for a term of 8 years, unlike the general plan that was discussed earlier, which is a 25-year potentially plan. So this is a very much shorter time scale that we're dealing with this housing element. For instance, there will be 3 housing elements for the length of general plan that was being discussed earlier. The other thing I would like to point out early is that the conversations regarding annexation or intensification of current areas within the city boundaries don't apply to this housing element. This housing element stands alone and is able to move forward under our current zonings and our current general plan designations. So those discussions of the future don't apply in that way to this housing element. So I'll go ahead and begin my presentation. Here you can see the housing elements relation to the other elements in the general plan. There are required elements by state law. There's other optional elements that a city might include. The housing element is only one of those elements. As I said, the unique thing is that it is required by law to be updated every 8 years. It is also the only element of a general plan that is required to be reviewed by the state and then also certified by the state. And when I say state, I'm specifically meaning the California Department of Housing and Community Development. They do the review of our housing element. Here's some of the points I just was making. The fifth cycle, which is our current element that's in place now, was adopted in 2015 and certified by HCD. And as I noted, there'll be 3 RENA cycles, or 3 housing element cycles, for the length of general plan term that we're talking about. So briefly, going over the structure of the general plan housing element, this is essentially the table of contents for the element. I would like to say that these items under sections 1 through 4 are the bulk of the housing element in terms of its direction and recommendations for the development of housing in the next 8 years. However, the bulk of the work on the housing element is represented by the appendices that are provided as part of the element. Part of the state requirement when a community looks at its housing element is to touch on housing needs assessment, doing a site inventory of potential housing sites that exist within the city, looking at any constraints that might limit the development of housing, reviewing the existing housing elements programs and determining which of those programs were successful and should continue, which were not as successful as hoped and could be modified, and those other programs that have either been completed or need to be completely removed and replaced by some other strategy to advance housing. Finally, we have affirmatively furthering fair housing. This is coming directly out of state law that the city needs to analyze our fair housing practices and ensure that we are doing everything we can to make housing available to all our citizens. And then lastly, a review of the housing resources that are available not only for individuals looking to find housing, whether to purchase or rent, but also for the development community and how they might be able to take advantage of those resources. The earlier presentation mentioned the visioning and guiding principles that were established for the general plan. I'll briefly paraphrase. Part of that visioning was to provide a diverse housing mix that is both affordable and of a sufficient supply to achieve balance between local jobs and local housing, and also to serve every member of the community. So I won't go into any of these in any detail, but there's extensive legislation that has been recently approved by the state level that touch upon the housing element, what we have to include in the element, and what the element has to document that the city will now be following. So a major portion of the housing element is the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, or RENA. I mentioned earlier that this is the 6th cycle. That refers to the 6th RENA cycle. That's a cycle that's established by state law. It essentially is a situation where the Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, determines the housing needs for the overall state. It then breaks that down into regions, and that allotment of the number of units is then taken by our local COG, or Council of Governments, which is SBCAG, and the members of SBCAG, which are all the communities within the region, get together and determine an equitable way to distribute the allocation that the state has given the area. A lot of the distribution has to do with the current housing balance, jobs housing balance within the community. As we all know, Santa Maria is more housing than jobs, as opposed to areas in the South County, which have more jobs than housing. This affects things like commuting, air quality, just availability of housing. And those are things that part of the goals of SBCAG is to have communities find a balance in their housing and jobs ratio. So here is the table that was developed by SBCAG and its members, showing all the communities within the region and the breakdown or the allocation of those units per community. So for this 6th cycle, the city of Santa Maria has an allocation of 5,418 units. And as you can see, those units are also broken down into affordability categories. This was mentioned in the presentation earlier, but we're looking to provide housing for every income level within the community. And you can see that breakdown there. Also noted earlier was that during this current cycle, the 5th cycle, the city was able to meet its RENA requirement for low and for moderate housing units. We met our number for the 5th cycle. We were deficient for the very low housing, and we were also deficient in the above moderate housing. Those issues were taken into consideration when these breakdowns of affordability and also units were allocated by the SBCAG. So here's a slide just showing these numbers a little bit older, but the affordability range and what that would mean for a household of 4 within the county region in terms of their income. So extremely low income is the 0 to 30, and AMI is average median income, and that income would be $37,450. Again, these are slightly older numbers, but that would be the income that would place a family or a household in a extremely low income group. And you can see the numbers for the other income groups there. The other concept to keep in mind is that housing is considered affordable if the household or occupant is paying no more than 30% of their total income towards that housing. If they're paying more than 30%, it's considered that that family or household or individual is quote unquote cost burdened for that housing. And in 2018 numbers, approximately 40% of households within the city were cost burdened. In other words, they were spending more than 30% of their income towards housing. 40% of households in 2018 numbers. In 2018, yes. So the RENA allocation is one large part, and the housing element response to that allocation is to identify available sites within the city or other methods of how the city will accommodate that RENA number over the next 8 years. So part of that is the available sites analysis and site inventory. Again, we have to account for housing for all income levels. And so the analysis includes reviewing current zoned properties within the city that are vacant or very underdeveloped. We also look at the pending projects, and those are the projects that are in process. Either discretionary applications have been received. It can go all the way from discretionary applications through building permit to actually being under construction. If a project received its certificate of occupancy, in other words, people were moving in, we could not count that. That goes under the prior cycle's RENA. And then lastly, something new for this cycle of housing element is with the recent mandates regarding ADUs, additional dwelling units, accessory dwelling units, excuse me. The state has also allowed communities to now count those units towards its RENA requirement. So our estimate includes the vacant sites, underutilized sites, our pending projects, and our ADU estimate.
What category will the ADUs be in?
So part of our ADU analysis was looking at how many ADU permits we've issued in the past, and we came up with an average of 189 permits per year. So we did an extension of that amount over the 8 years. And then we also did surveys, and this is something that city staff conducted. We contacted as many ADU owners as possible, and we simply asked them, what are they charging for rent? In many cases, those ADUs were not being rented for a cost. Those ADUs were accommodating family members or other extended households, I should say. And so those were zero cost for housing for those individuals.
So does that count as low income?
Very low income. Many others were substantially less than the market rate. So we could count those towards very low and low income. And so to summarize, our conclusion was that the majority of the ADUs that we've been permitting are falling into that low category. But part of our estimate, part of this sites inventory, is that we need to also be very conservative about our numbers. We can't overestimate, because if we do, and we are found to be running short of our numbers during the cycle, there is new state law that has been placed into effect where we have to then come back and do new strategies to make up that higher number that we overestimated. So we tried to keep our estimates very conservative, in terms of numbers of units and also what their affordability would be. So we did ADUs for low, and we did them for moderate
Mr.
as well.
Escobedo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When we talk about pending projects, do ADUs that are right now in the process also count in this inventory?
We did not include those ADUs that were either applied for or permitted or under construction. We were only looking at those that have been completed and received a C of O to determine our average. Again, that was being more conservative in terms of the estimates.
And what about the junior ADUs? Has there been any, do they count on?
The junior ADUs do count, and we were just taking ADUs and junior ADUs. When I say ADU, it means either of those types of ADUs.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So here's our numbers that I've mentioned. I won't go through each of those, but as you can see, we do have a surplus of units in our estimate, and that surplus are units that are over and above the RENA requirements. And again, that's broken down into the affordability categories that you see here. If it were found that we did not have a surplus, if it were found that we were lacking either available sites or current projects, the city would be in the position right now of having to rezone properties to residential to make up that difference. A number of the communities within the region are having to do that. Thankfully, we were able to avoid that. And that was another point I was going to make regarding the earlier presentation and this current housing element. When we look at available sites, those are sites that are vacant or mostly vacant, but that are zoned for residential development. So either the R1, R2, or R3 zoning. And we have enough to comply and meet our RENA requirement for this cycle with the existing zoning and existing sites that are within the city right now. We're in an enviable position compared to other communities. So the other part of the housing element is the housing plan. And this is where we look back at our housing element goals that are in our current element and also the programs. And I already mentioned that we go through and decide which ones are to keep and which ones need to be updated. These are the 4 goals that are in our current housing element and are being brought forward to this proposed 6th cycle element. And under each of these goals are a number of programs. And I'll just go through these slides very quickly. Most of the programs are somewhat self-explanatory from their titles. A number of them did move forward from our past element. However, there's been quite a few that needed to be updated, and then also quite a few programs that needed to be developed as new programs due to changes in state law and mandates about what things need to be addressed in our housing element. So I'll just go through under goal 2. Many of these came from our current element.
Excuse me, Mr. Albro, can you go
Yes.
back to the prior?
There we go.
Okay. What does that 1E mean, prioritization of services?
And that is a program that we currently have in our element. It's where through different requirements, utility financing and prioritization of utility services, that the city has a policy where affordable housing projects are given priority from our utilities division when looking at obtaining services, obtaining extensions of utility lines, and so forth.
Can you give me an example lately?
Mayor, members of the council, I really can't give you an example offhand because I think we've always had services available for all projects.
Okay.
But if it came down to it, we would give priority to an affordable housing project versus a standard at market rate project.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So special needs housing, many of these are new programs related to new state laws regarding transitional and supportive housing, child care centers, employee housing, promote equal housing opportunities. A number of these are new as well. And so finally, part of housing law that's set by HCD and the state is that the city needs to actively engage the public in the update process. So I just want to quickly summarize the amount of work that we've done to do that in the last couple of years that we've been doing this update. We've done a number of housing cafes. We've had Planning Commission and City Council informational briefings and study sessions. We had a series of affirmatively furthering fair housing workshops and numerous other efforts to engage the public. We had a housing survey and also a dedicated housing element web page that people could go to for updated documents, schedules, and so forth. I will say that we provided language interpretation both for Spanish language speakers and also Mixteco language speakers at the majority of these meetings and the majority of the documents and informational materials that we produce for the element. So finally, we come to tonight's meeting, the element adoption. And I do want to say that we did receive Planning Commission's recommendation. Excuse me. We did do an environmental document, an initial study and negative declaration. We circulated it for public review and comment. We did receive one comment from the Air Pollution Control District. It was a general comment about being mindful about residential uses adjacent to more intense industrial and odor-causing uses. But that comment didn't result in any changes to the IS or neg deck. And the conclusion overall was that the sixth cycle housing element did not pose any significant environmental risks. Therefore, no mitigations were required for the housing element. So, as I mentioned, we did take this to Planning Commission on November 15th, and the Planning Commission did recommend that by resolution, the City Council adopt the initial study and negative declaration, and that by resolution, the City Council repeal the current housing element and adopt the sixth cycle proposed housing element. And part of that resolution is that the next step for the housing element, once and if the City Council does adopt, is that city staff will then send that once again back to HCD, and HCD will then certify the element. And once HCD certifies the element, we've met our state mandate and responsibilities for this cycle. There's ongoing, for instance, the annual reports that council sees every year about how we're doing with our housing and how we're doing with our general plan will be coming back to council, and there's various reporting that needs to be done, but the housing elements itself will be completed. And so that concludes staff's presentation. I do want to mention that we did use a consultant, Lisa Wise Consulting, and Jennifer Murillo from Lisa Wise Consulting is available if there are detailed questions. And I do want to express my thanks to them for helping us out with this effort.
I have a question. On the Blosser Ranch, because I get like, what, 832 units on the Blosser Ranch, is that included in the past? Or this coming up because it's not under construction yet?
Correct. So that would be one of the pending projects. So that is counted towards our conformance with this sixth cycle RENA.
Okay. And then we have others that are under construction. Until they are inhabited, then they're not counted. Is that it?
Mayor, members of the council, that is correct.
Okay.
Centennial Gardens, Centennial Square.
Oh, so we've got like, I have over almost 3,000 units.
There's a large number of
Big
units.
chunk, right. Any questions?
No.
Questions?
That was very thorough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I'd like to open a public hearing. Do we have any requests to speak?
We do. We have Lori Tamura online.
Okay.
From New York.
From New York City?
Is it at midnight over there?
And it is now 1 o'clock. Hi, this is Lori Tamura with Urban Planning Concepts. Have worked with the city staff and participated in many of the hearings on the housing element. Again, this is one of those conversations that occur with what's happening with the general plan, because this was pretty much focused on just one topic, which was diversity of housing types, but it did not address some of the other issues such as schools and the number of housing units that are online will impact every level of schools within the city of Santa Maria. There is one school that is being proposed with the Blosser Ranch specific plan. It's a 20-acre site. The Blosser Ranch is approved for 1,470 units, both multifamily, single family, as well as ADUs. So basically that school site is taking care of the units generated from that project. We did bring forth to the city staff the Donati property, which we are working on the plan for that. And there is also within that project a school site identified. So we hope that as this housing element eventually transitions into the update to the general plan, that the Donati property be looked at as a master planned area with housing, school, parks, and commercial and other amenities. I think Frank missed one part of this is that the general plan, the housing element that goes to HCD, there is another step that happens after that, which is the sites that have been identified for increased density does need to go through a rezoning process. And so, I think staff is intent on using the general plan update with their ideas of taking DR 22 to DR 30, mixed use, all of those elements as part of the general plan. But all of these sites that have been identified for future development still need to be rezoned. And we're hoping that the Donati property can be part of that solution to meet the requirements for not only the housing requirements, but also other infrastructure improvements. So thank you very much for tonight and good discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Tamara. So any questions? I'd like to ask you one, Mr. Albro. What is the turnaround time from HCD on the certification?
I believe they have another 60 days by state law to review the adopted draft.
Okay.
And Mayor and members of the council, if I may just respond to the caller's comment. This housing element, again, no rezonings are necessary. It uses the current land use designations that are in place today on properties that have the correct zoning. So unlike other communities, we do not need to do any rezoning related to this housing element.
Okay, thank you. No one else wants to speak?
No.
Okay, so I'll close the public hearing and bring this item back to the council for discussion and a motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Alpro. That was very thorough. And we have a lot of building going on right now. A lot of building.
I think we have a resolution.
Yes, we have a
resolution. So I move that we adopt resolution.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, Madam Clerk?
We do have someone who raised their hand after you close that, so if you would like to reopen, you can. If not, I can have them submit via email.
I'll go ahead and open it, being as they did that.
Okay.
And
all right, so we have Alan Diaz-Correa to speak.
Thank you for that. Thank you. So just to introduce myself, my name is Alan Diaz-Correa. I am the Senior Climate Programs Associate for the Community Environmental Council, a nonprofit based out of Santa Barbara that is helping the Tri-Counties, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo County. We're really grateful for this new draft of the housing element. We have been following and attending and really listening to what the community members have been voicing. And so we wanted to advocate again, for those strong policies that he mentioned in there, and for the city to really be visionary on some potential policy ideas, such an inclusionary ordinance or requirement, as well as a mandatory lease law, and as well as considering lowering parking requirements so we can build more housing within the city. I also wanted to just highlight again that majority of residents in Santa Maria, over 14,000 families, are considered low income. And so I think the mayor asked a great question when it comes to affordability and what affordable really means and what numbers we're looking at when we use the word affordable, and if it truly is. Also, just when it comes to the housing that is given by the RENA allocation, I had a few questions on the distribution and how we compare to other cities in the county when it comes to the allocation of different levels, which are important. But to conclude my comment, we're really just glad to follow this process along, and we just continue to thank the City Council for taking the time to really focus on this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Correa. I will now close a public comment. So bring this back to the council, and I think you were making a motion there.
I'll second.
Ms. Aguilera Hernandez?
And I'll second.
Okay, so the resolution and adopting the
two resolutions.
So we can do them
Yeah.
together, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
can just move to adopt the records.
Okay.
So
But
I
since you have a negative deck, you have to at least do one. by
Yeah.
itself. So
Yeah.
the first one you need to do is the resolution that adopts the negative deck, and then you can do the resolution, the other resolution.
You're saying the same thing in different ways.
Yeah.
Trying to get there.
First you say no, and then you say yes.
So do we just do the first one, negative
The
deck?
first one, 'cause it's a negative.
Okay, so I move that we adopt the negative declaration for the adoption of the 2023 sixth cycle housing element pursuant to State Government Code Section 65580 at SEC citywide.
I'll second.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Aguilera Hernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Escobedo,
Aye.
Councilmember Soto,
Aye.
Councilmember Cordero,
Aye.
Mayor Patino.
Aye.
I move that we adopt a resolution repealing the 2015-2023 housing element and adopt the 2023-2031 sixth cycle housing element and forwarding the adopted document to the State Department of Housing and Community Development for their certification pursuant to Government Code Section 65585.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Aguilera Hernandez,
Aye.
Councilmember Escobedo,
Aye.
Councilmember Soto,
Aye.
Councilmember Cordero,
Aye.
Mayor Patino.
Aye. Next item will be a report by Interim City Manager, Mr. Posada.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Just a couple of highlights for you coming up on December the 19th. We do have a closed session scheduled. We'll be receiving the annual growth mitigation fee study. It will be the appointment of Mayor Pro Tem. And hopefully we'll be looking at a purchase and sale agreement for the sports complex and the, I believe that's it. I don't think we're getting the fire station yet. Also, according to my notes anyway, Councilmember Aguilera Hernandez and Councilmember Escobedo have said they will not be here for that meeting. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Just confirming that. For the January 2nd meeting, council took action to cancel that meeting, so there will be no January 2nd meeting. The next meeting is scheduled for January the 16th. Right here, same place, same time.
Will it go till 10 again?
Beg your pardon?
No.
Will it go till 10 o'clock again?
Up to y'all.
Thank you, Mayor.
Nope.
No.
Thank you. Okay, so let's hear the oral reports from council members, and let's see, Ms. Soto, should we start with you?
Nothing to report.
Okay.
I did the Ben Hayes Show, 11/22. I attended the Legal Professionals Luncheon, 12/1. I also did the tree lighting, which was really fun, very organized. The staff did a great job. And I also was in the Parade of Lights with Natalie and the mayor.
Great.
And Cordero and Carlos.
Barely, you finally caught up. Is Mr. Escobedo?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On December 1st, I attended the tree lighting ceremony. On Saturday, I also attended the Parade of Lights, which was lot of fun. It's my first time as a council member to be in the parade because the last 3 years they were canceled. So that was I was pretty excited. So yeah, I brought along one of my nephews and he got a great time. And it was, how do you guys do all the wave and the saying? He had a lot of fun. So yeah, he might be seeing me right now. Go to sleep. You have school tomorrow.
Mr. Cordero.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I attended a CCWA special meeting that they set up. It was for some issues in closed session that we actually had to do here in the city. On the 30th, I attended the Econ Alliance at the Country Club, their update, and it was a time that we got to listen to a lot of stuff that's going on out at the base again. On the 1st, I was at the forum for the elected leaders on a computer, and I really tried, Madam Mayor, to get in there, and my computer was sick.
Did it have COVID?
Yeah, I don't know what it had. It might have been operator error. And I too attended the Parade of Lights. I also attended the tree lighting the night before, but I was only kind of there. Yeah. But the Parade of Lights was a good event. It was great to be back out there again after the 3-year delay. So
thank you.
That's it for me, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I did the Ben Hayes show. I attended the Marion Medical Foundation Board meeting. Also was in the Parade of Light, and thank you, Mr. Cordero, for arranging our vehicle. I think it's been the best ride we've had so far. Okay. Did you? Okay, thank you. And it was, yes.
Now I'm gonna feel bad, Mr. Cordero.
And this morning I attended a 3 CE meeting with the executive director and Mr. Posada, and I think meeting is adjourned. I was closer to the time.